what it says, but something. Something about that.
We want to thank you so much for joining us today for Good Day Orlando Extra. And don't forget to come back and join us tomorrow morning starting at
4 a.m. everyone.
There we
Actually,
go.
TJ and I will see you at 4 a.m.
We'll see you at 4 a.m.
Thanks for joining us.
Oh, where's my mouse? Why does this do this?
Hit emergency switch for a second. Hit emergency switch, somebody, please.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good morning to you. Happy Monday to everyone. Marlisa Goldsmith here on Fox 35 News Plus, in for Garrett Weimer, who is taking some much deserved time off this week. So you're stuck with me for the week, but I'm really excited to be here. It's been quite a while. We have a really good show lined up for you today, especially for it to be a Monday. Some big news happening over the weekend with the Tate brothers being arrested in Miami on Saturday. We expect them to be in federal court this morning in Miami, facing charges of the UK, out of the UK rather, and we're going to be chatting with Jamie Copenhaver a little bit here in the show coming up. We also have an update on the cyclosporiasis situation that has been happening. Taylor Farms came out and said that they were deciding to pull or recall all of the lettuce that had been distributed, and then the FDA now walking that back, saying that it was a false positive that came out of that. So a lot to talk about here in this 11 o'clock hour, and we're going to get to all of that momentarily. But let's go ahead and begin with the Tate brothers, because I mean, this has been really, really big news. I want to go ahead and find Jamie here. I just lost the. Jamie said something funny a little bit earlier. He said, listen, Marlisa, no sweat. You're going to press the buttons and you're going to figure this out. And I certainly appreciate him for that, giving me a little extra boost of confidence on this Monday. Jamie Copenhaver, so good to see you. Thanks for being here with us today.
Let's go, Team Marlisa. You got this.
Okay, so let's talk about the situation with the Tate brothers, because these are influencers, and these are some allegations that are coming back from years ago, if I believe that's correct.
Very serious allegations, Marlisa. We watched them in that Miami event. They flew a private plane there, and they get shuttled over by SUVs, and the next thing you know, you see the United States Marshal Service surround and take them into custody. So it was quite shocking to see on it being played out on the social media networks.
Yeah. Okay. So in federal court this morning, what can we expect here? Because again, they're facing charges out of the UK of rape, trafficking for sexual exploitation, assault, and several offenses that are related to indecent images of a child. Again, these charges stem from 2010 through August of 2017. So what can we expect here?
Given the charges alleged, now it's purported these individuals did this, some serious charges. If they were held here in the U.S. under those charges, considerably, if they were found guilty, a lot of jail time. But here's the process. They're going to go before a federal magistrate. That magistrate is going to go over that indictment from the U.K. to make sure everything is buttoned up and their probable cause in that affidavit, Marlisa. And then what they're going to do is the judge will either A, find their probable cause and sign off on the extradition, or B, it's highly unlikely, deny the probable cause. But, a lot of people think just because the magistrate signs that probable cause in the extradition indictments and orders, it's a case closed, right? Under the circumstances, it's a U.S. Citizen. They were captured in the U.S., Marlisa. So what's going to happen is it's going to go to the Department of State, and Secretary of State Rubio's office is going to review it for the final review to shuttle them over to the U.K. So it's a little bit of a process. Yeah,
let's talk a little bit about the lengthy process that this can be, because, obviously, since we're dealing with an international situation here, how long of a process could this be?
I don't think it'll be a long process. I can assure you the UK law enforcement folks have their I's dotted and their T's crossed. But here's the snafu. Once that judge signs off on the extradition order, it's going to take a little bit of time to get that transmitted to the Department of State so Rubio's office can clear that. And it goes back to a treaty, I believe, in 2003 or 2007, that we have an extradition treaty with our friends and neighbors from the UK. So, it's a mutual agreement, if you will, that if you show us probable cause, we'll send the bad guys back to the UK or other countries we have the same treaties with.
Mm-hmm. Now, tell me this, because these brothers, they have dual U.S. British citizenship, and obviously they're in the middle of these cases here or charges. So tell me, does that play a role into the arrest, the extradition? How does that weigh in all of this?
The dual citizenship is a little bit unique, but here's the deal. They're deemed U.S. citizens. And anytime a foreign government or foreign entity has an arrest warrant for a U.S. citizen, you have to go through that process. Thank goodness we do. I mean, it's due process. All of our citizens need to be held under that. So we're all protected, right? But the dual citizenship thing is a little bit unique. The U.S. is going to have the final decision on the extradition. But the UK, I can assure you, based on what I've read and seen, which is not a lot, but there's some stuff out there, these are serious crimes. And if found guilty and convicted, you're looking at potential life in prison for the Tate brothers.
Wow. And for the U.S. Marshals to have been involved in this isn't just something that, they were planning since last night, right? This is something that they may have been looking into for a while in order to, get all their bearings straight, get their ducks in a row, and then arrest them down in Miami.
Yeah, you're going to go through the State Department once you establish probable cause from the United Kingdom. And then you're going to involve local law enforcement. In this case, we saw the United States Marshal Service. They're the pros at this, right? They go after the bad guys, the fugitives. So working in conjunction and a liaison through the Marshal Service, they teletyped or cabled that information to the Marshal Service. The warrant was obtained there. It was certified, and off goes the Marshal Service. So, that has taken probably several weeks to get that done. And then it's just, picking your location as to where you want to effect that arrest. I have to give the Marshal Service credit. I mean, they pulled up on the Tate brothers out of nowhere, Marlisa. They were quite surprised. You saw Andrew Tate getting out of that SUV, and it was like a deer in the headlights. He had no clue the Marshal Service's agents were there that quickly, and before you know it, he was handcuffed. So it was quite surprising. It happened very quickly.
Yeah, it did. So the fact that these allegations date back years ago, do you think that this was something that may have fallen off the brothers' radar, or maybe something that they knew could come but didn't know when it would?
We saw them in the same position a few years back, and those charges, I believe, were later dropped for whatever reason. It could be something as simple as the United Kingdom was waiting on those charges to see what occurred. And if, had they been put through the system and found guilty, it would have made probably a little bit easier job for the UK folks to get an extradition order signed to get them back quicker. So they could have been waiting on those charges. Once those charges are resolved, I think they started working again on the new charges that we just saw levied against the Tate brothers. But some of these cases, I mean, you're dealing with two social media influencers, victims. When you hear the term rape allegations, those are very serious. Those take time to work. So they've certainly probably worked those on and off the last year, would be my better guess, going back and re-interviewing witnesses to make sure those witnesses were still on board and still wanting to pursue charges.
Yeah, I'm glad that you just mentioned the fact that they are social media influencers. Talk to me a little bit about, in this day and age, all eyes are on the internet. So much weight goes into social media and the influence that people have. Is there any chance that that could play a part in this?
Well, I think it will, but it's going to be to the detriment of the Tate brothers. Keep in mind, they have a huge following on social media. They put out a lot of viral content. But here, I think, is where the charges are going to stem from, quote unquote, and I'm doing the air quotes, Marlisa. We're looking for potential models. And what they do is they broadcast that on social media. You have these young men and young women that say, hey, we're interested. And before you know it, they're flowing into another country. And I think that's where a lot of these charges are going to stem from. In terms of their notoriety on social media, I think it's going to be a detriment once again. Marlisa, we're hearing potentially, now it's purported, it's not proved yet, of nude or risque photos. That's going to be a big play. So I'm curious to see where those photos were obtained from. Were they taken at the Tate's residence, or were they transmitted over the internet through their social media? So that could be an additional charge.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, they're facing some very serious allegations here. Talk to me, Jamie, about this. The extradition that's happening. Is it a possibility that the extradition could be refused?
Yes, it could be. But here we go. Anytime you have a treaty of extradition treaties with other nations or other countries, and they're friendly countries, such as the UK, if that affidavit lines up with that federal magistrate and the magistrate sees without any question and deems it's probable cause, I'm going to say they're going to go forthwith with the extradition process. The only thing I believe that could stop them is potentially someone at the State Department stating, hey, wait a minute, we're not sure if this is here or that's there, missing paperwork or what have you. But the final decision is going to be Marco Rubio's office at the U.S. State Department on the final extradition process. So that's going to be interesting to see how long that takes before Rubio's office responds and signs off, if they sign off on it.
Yeah. Do you think it's one of those cases where, I know obviously this could be hearsay, but a lot of people will say in a situation like this, dealing with some heavy hitters on social media, that legal teams are looking to make an example out of them?
Well, I mean, like I said, they're friends of the legal system. We've seen this play out before. Some pretty serious allegations.
Yeah.
Air quotes, allegations. We know that they were in legal jeopardy and in jail in another country for those same type of allegations. So I think their influence is going to hurt them. I don't, according to the UK, they're using that social media influence style to harm people. And that's going to be the problem. Here's something else I haven't even thought about, but did any of these transmissions on social media occur on U.S. soil? So potentially the U.S. could get into this thing to look at the data to see if any of those pictures were transmitted on U.S. soil or from U.S. soil, and certainly, parallel an investigation. That's a possibility.
Oh, very, very good point there. Man, I guess when you start digging through the weeds of all of this, I mean, there's a lot to unpack. Jamie Copenhaver, we certainly appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus, giving us a little more insight into the Tate brothers' arrest and what we can expect here in the coming days, weeks, and months.
We'll be in touch, Marlisa. Thank you.
We certainly will. Thank you so much for being here with us. Alrighty. Okay, well, that was a lot to unpack there, but I'm certainly glad that we had him joining us today to give us a little more insight into this arrest and what we can see coming in the future. Listen, we have so much more to get to. We do have an interview coming up here in just a couple of minutes, so we want to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be right back with much more Fox 35 News Plus.
Approach Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back. Thanks so much for joining me here on Fox 35 News Plus. I am Marlisa Goldsmith here in for Garrett. We've been talking a lot for the past 15 minutes, but we also want to bring in one of our experts here, Dr. Aubrey Jewett, because we have a lot to talk about when it comes to politics. So I want to go ahead and bring him up. Let's see. Dr. Jewett, thank you so much for joining us here today on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Always good to see you. Okay, let's talk this new UNF poll here because Byron Donalds, who announced what we thought was super early that he'd be making a run for governor. But now, you know, things are inching along and he now holds a single-digit lead over David Jolly as Florida's governor race kind of tightens here. So talk to me about this. What do you make of this?
Well, I make that it's going to potentially be a pretty close race for governor, which in the bigger history of Florida wouldn't be surprising because, you know, historically we were the most competitive battleground state of almost any state. But really over the last 4 or 5 years, we seem to have been going Republican. We've seen Republican registration increase so that Republicans have like a 1.5 million voter lead in registration rolls. And of course, we've seen some big double-digit victories by Governor DeSantis and by President Trump more recently. So the fact is, though, that this poll suggests that it's very close. I mean, if you're a Byron Donalds fan, the good news is, you know, he's ahead in this poll. But the bad news is that it's within the margin of error. The poll is like a plus or minus 3.8 or about plus or minus 4%. So it's really virtually a tie here.
Wow. Okay, so talk to me about, you know, I guess historically speaking, when we're looking at some of the past races, what does this show you? What does this remind you of? Or what can you kind of say that this is close to when we're thinking about past races? Yeah,
well, I guess broadly speaking, it is showing a competitive race, which again, if we went back to any election before 2020 in Florida for about 20 years, really 24 years, I actually even wrote a book chapter called The Importance of Florida in Presidential Elections and then other statewide elections as well, and just showed that Florida was over time one of the closest. But again, and just for a quick example, back in 2018, we actually had 3 statewide races that went to recount. They were so close. Like including Governor DeSantis, for the first time that he won, he only won by about 0.4%. So in that sense, this poll suggests that it's pretty close. And again, that's surprising because Republicans have been on a roll in Florida for the last 4 or 5 years, both in election results and in those gains in party registration. I might add, if you look at just a little deeper at this poll as well, it does have Republican turnout about 13 points higher than Democrat. So that means that the poll's expecting there to be a lot more Republicans showing up to vote than Democrats. And yet, despite that, it's actually a very close race. I might add also that the Jolly campaign highlighted a poll of their own that was done by, it was a Democratic-leaning outside group, but that group actually showed Jolly up just maybe a few days before this new UNF poll was released. So whether he's up or whether he's down, it seems to be pretty close one way or the other, right? Just plus or minus a few percentage points at this point in the race.
Absolutely. Okay, so when we're looking at polls like this, obviously so many different polls are coming out. We're just inundated by the different polls. But if you are Byron Donald's team, what do you imagine that they're discussing right now and looking at a poll like this?
Well, as I said, on the one hand, they can take at least a little comfort that they're up,
right?
Because they have Donald Trump's endorsement. Basically, the Republican primary so far doesn't look competitive. You never know, but the Republican primary for governor, Donald seems to have a pretty solid lead because of President Trump's endorsement. So if you're on the Donald's team, you say, look, don't panic. This is maybe closer than we might like, but we are at least up in this poll, right? We're up by about 5 points. So we just have to get out there and, sell our candidate. Donald's still got a lot of things going for him. And in addition to Trump's endorsement, he's been able to raise a terrific amount of money. I mean, he has raised just a ton of money. That always helps in a competitive race like we are seeing right now. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's what on the Donald's team, they say we have our work cut out for us. It's not necessarily going to be an easy race that you can just take for granted. But we are ahead and we do have a lot of money. And it's early. So this is a lot about name recognition. So we have a lot of time to introduce Florida voters to Byron Donalds and the things that he stands for, what he would do when he got into office.
Absolutely. All right, now let's turn to the U.S. Senate race here. Ashley Moody up about 10 points on Alex Vindman and just 8 on State Rep Angie Nixon. So what are your thoughts coming out of these numbers?
Well, Ashley Moody seems to be in a little bit better shape than Byron Donalds. That's the first thing you take out of it, because her lead is either 10 or 8, depending on the Democratic, but let's say 9 to split the difference. So she's got a healthier lead that's outside the margin of error, at least by somewhat. Maybe that's not shocking either, because Byron Donalds, while a successful congressional representative, the fact is he's only been a congressional representative, so he doesn't necessarily have great statewide name recognition. Ashley Moody was appointed to this U.S. Senate position, so she's not actually the elected incumbent. But before that, she did win 2 statewide races as Florida Attorney General. So she has been on the ballot before twice and won statewide races. So I think she's better known. So I think that helps her. Probably the other interesting thing is the fact that Angie Nixon does a little bit better than Vindman on the Democratic side in the head-to-head matchup with Moody. And that maybe is a little bit surprising, because Alex Vindman has raised a lot of money, in fact, more money than Moody has raised. And as his team likes to point out, he's not necessarily terrifically well known in Florida, but he does have some national name recognition, because he was in the national news because he was part of the first Trump impeachment. I mean, he was basically the whistleblower in government that talked about Donald Trump and what he was trying to get the Ukrainian government to do sort of behind the scenes. So Vindman does have some name recognition, but yet Angie Nixon, who's fairly recently in the race, I might add, she's doing slightly better in this poll. So that was probably the other surprise in this one.
So with Nixon being slightly better, do you think this is could be any foreshadowing that she might be the stronger opponent come November when it comes to them?
Well, certainly her team is going to make this argument that she has been a well-known Democrat and on the progressive side. In fact, I just read an article how she has now sort of affiliated herself with the Democratic Socialists. And so the progressive wing of the Florida Democratic Party, is really embracing her. They think that she is a fighter. She famously or infamously, depending on your point of view, used a bullhorn on the floor of the legislature this past session to try to protest the mid-decade redistricting that the Republicans were going to do. And as I said, that was somewhat controversial, but for progressive Democrats, they're really looking for somebody to stand up and be a fighter. So, so we'll see. Again, for her, hasn't been in the race very long because Jerry Demings, our own local guy, Jerry Demings, mayor, he was considered to be the primary opponent for David Jolly. But then, of course, because he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, he's had to drop out of the race. And so Angie Nixon said, well, no, we need somebody to be on the progressive wing of the party. So we'll see. On the one hand, Vindman is considered the favorite in the Democratic primary. He's been in the race longer. He's raised a ton of money. But we have seen some primary surprises in Florida in the past. I mentioned the 2018 race earlier in the broadcast. Well, in the Democratic primary in that race, we had Andrew Gillum, who was the mayor of Tallahassee, and in the polls, he was running like third or fourth in the Democratic primary out of a 5-person race. But he ended up winning that and almost came within a whisker of becoming governor of the state.
Yeah. I'm glad you just mentioned the controversial situation that Nixon pulled on the floor there. When it comes to doing things like that, do you think that could be a risky move?
Well, it depends on
who you ask, huh?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask and who's looking at it. I would say within the Democratic primary environment, right? Okay, so it's just talking about Democratic voters. That's probably not risky. I mean, again, I think a lot of Democrats, I'm registered NPA, but I do talk to a lot of Republicans, a lot of Democrats, a lot of my students on both sides. I try to ask a lot of questions and listen to sort of see where people are at, especially as an NPA myself. I'm not like in the party on either side, but I know for most of my conversations with people who identify as Democrats in Florida or more progressive, they're looking for a fighter. And so somebody like Angie Nixon, who's like, okay, I'm going to be in your face. If you're going to do a mid-decade redistricting that in her view clearly was unconstitutional because they were doing it with partisan, purposes and gerrymandering, she wasn't going to let him get away with it quietly, was sort of her thought. So I think within a Democratic primary probably helps her. General election, maybe not so much.
Got it. Okay, well, I know this will be something that you for sure will be keeping a very close eye on, and I know we will be checking in with you in the coming weeks and months. Always a pleasure, Dr. Aubrey Jewett, UCF Associate Professor. So good to see you, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Oh, great to talk with you. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Oh, we so appreciate him always joining us. Let me get out of that. There we go. Okay, listen, we still have a lot more coming up here on the show today that we want to get to. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be right back with much more Fox 35 News Plus.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer today. Thanks for being here with us. We have had quite the show, packed with interviews today on this Monday, very much a Monday, but we have a lot of things to talk about, especially this, because I can tell you that this has been dominating all of my group chats, all of my social media feeds. It's the cyclosporiasis situation that's been happening with Taylor Farms and the lettuce. But we have an update. We got an update over the weekend. I want to go ahead and bring in Dr. George Rust. He's an FSU College of Medicine professor, and he is joining us live here on Fox 35 News Plus. Professor Rust, thanks so much for being here with us.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so we want to get to the update. Well, I guess, where should we begin, actually? Maybe we should begin with this weekend. You know, they announced that Taylor Farms was the, I guess, culprit for any other lack of any other words, but they were the ones responsible for this outbreak situation. Then the FDA came out and they kind of walked that back, saying that there was some sort of false positive.
Well, I think we have to look at the evidence in several different layers.
Okay.
So if you think about a court case where there's circumstantial evidence and you're hoping for DNA to really nail it down, that's what they were hoping for. And so they were testing bags of lettuce from Taylor Farms that weren't part of the original recall, and they thought they had a positive test. But these are very sensitive tests. They go through an amplification process where they take DNA and then amplify it. And at some point, you get noise that outweighs the signal. But what you have to go back and look at is what was the circumstantial evidence that made them focus on Taylor Farms to start with. And that's the epidemiologic or the traceback investigations. That's very labor intensive. Public health workers all across the country have been doing it, where they call people up who have cyclospora infections and ask them, what did you eat? And because this infection takes a while to develop, you're asking people, what did you eat and where did you eat up to 2 or 3 weeks ago? When they find that there's a commonality, that people who are sick often ate the same thing or ate at the same place, then they begin to hone in on a suspected source of the infection. And that might be a certain restaurant or a certain grocery store. And then they begin looking at the attack rates between people who ate a certain food there and people who didn't eat a certain food there. So if you had a taco with the shredded lettuce and got sick, but the person who was with you had a cheese quesadilla and there was no lettuce and they didn't get sick, then that begins to be circumstantial evidence. And through thousands of interviews and thousands of pieces of data, they begin comparing these attack rates. So Taylor Farms has still recalled voluntarily the lettuce that they source from central Mexico, and they have not changed that recall. And the FDA still suspects that that is the source, or at least was the source at a point in time. But they don't have that DNA evidence, that forensic evidence that you'd love to have to just nail it down.
Interesting. So then, with that being said, is this a case where it could be linked to Taylor Farms and there could be another source out there that they have just not identified yet?
That's possible. I think it's more likely that there was a contamination of a lettuce field in central Mexico that happened during a period of time. Maybe there were rains that washed sewage or septic tank overflow into a field, and then over time the cyclospora reproduced in that field and became infectious to humans. It may not be there anymore. And it may not be that there's ongoing contamination of those fields. But out of an abundance of caution, Taylor Farms recalled all the bags of lettuce produced during that period of time, and they are no longer sourcing their lettuce from those fields in central Mexico in order to protect the American consumer.
Gotcha. Tell me, how common is cyclosporiasis? Because I can't remember the last time we've been reporting on this.
Well, there are always things going on in the background. As a public health expert, I'm constantly aware of, there is cyclospora every year, summertime more than wintertime. You'll have dozens of cases and in Florida, for example, over the course of a year. And so that's the background noise. But when you all of a sudden start seeing a bunch of cases, like in Michigan, over 1,000 cases, then you call it an outbreak and you begin looking for, is there a common source? And when that outbreak spread over multiple states in the Midwest, it began to look like something in the food distribution chain where there was a common source packaged and then distributed out to many states. That began to be the suspected source of this outbreak of cyclospora, even as there were probably some background cases of cyclospora happening around the country from other sources.
Got it. Okay, so tell me this, for people who, again, this has been the talk of my group chat over the weekend, for people who have kind of put a pause on buying lettuce or bagged lettuce or different, assorted salads, what can you tell them when it comes to just basic grocery shopping right now? One of my friends who's a doctor, she was posting on her social media saying, you don't have to stop eating vegetables, but let's just be mindful about how we're consuming them. Let's make sure we're buying vegetables that we can saute or cook. So what do you tell people who have completely altered their grocery shopping list over the past couple of weeks and they are hoping and praying that they can avoid getting this?
Well, I think some people have used it as an excuse to say that chocolate is healthier
My kids
than
have.
But in reality, the risk is low. The suspected source for this outbreak has been pulled from the shelves. And so for that reason, most Americans are not going to be at excessive risk right now. If you want to be extra careful, buying from local sources, knowing what farm your food came from is a wonderful thing. Farm to table, locally sourced vegetables are always going to be safer. The American food supply chain is dramatically better than some food that's sourced from outside the country, even though we have some protective measures in place. So I would say first, know where your food comes from. Second, if you have a reason where getting sick like this would be dangerous to you, if your immune system is suppressed or if you're highly vulnerable to dehydration, then you probably want to cook your vegetables and your berries for now. But otherwise, buying lettuce from locally sourced places, washing it copiously with water, those are the most protective things that you could do.
Got it. Okay, Dr. Russ, because it takes generally 1 to 2 weeks for a person to kind of feel these signs and symptoms, at this point, are we in the clear? Since Taylor Farms has voluntarily recalled or, pulling those things out of distribution, they have been pulled off the shelves. Should we be safe now?
We'd like to think so. We're not 100% certain yet. Without that DNA evidence, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? So the fact that the current bags of lettuce are coming back negative on the DNA tests is encouraging. The symptoms, of course, it takes 1 to 2 weeks to develop the symptoms, but then the symptoms can last 1 to 4 weeks. So some people are still not entirely in the clear from what they've eaten in the past, but for the most part, this outbreak should be waning. We shouldn't see new cases developing unless there is some new source that we don't know about yet. And one thing I would say is that we really need to value our public health workers here. When prevention works, the bad thing doesn't happen. And so a lot of people don't see all the work that's going on in the background to prevent any number of other bad things from happening right now. Mm-hmm. And so when we cut back in public health, when there aren't enough epidemiologists or local public health workers to do these interviews, to keep track of things that are reportable diseases, then we put the public at risk. And same thing with the food supply chain inspections. So to the extent that we need to invest in prevention, we can help keep our public safer.
Absolutely. That's a great point. Dr. Rust, we certainly appreciate you joining us today on Fox 35 News Plus, breaking this all down for us. I know for sure, I definitely feel a little more confident knowing more about what's been going on. So we appreciate you.
Very good. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that was a great interview. Definitely a little more insight on what's been going on. So we appreciate Dr. Rust for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Again, we still have much more coming up in the remainder of this hour. So don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Again, I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer today. Listen, it's been quite a show to be a Monday, that's for sure. But we want to get to one more topic here on the show today. There was a Coca-Cola cyber attack that happened, this ransomware attack, and to kind of fill us in more on what's been happening, on what we can make of this, I want to go ahead and bring in Matt Rose, the CXO of Tech Rage IT. Hi there, Matt.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here with us today. Okay, so what do you make of this ransomware attack? Can you fill us in on what you know about what happened?
Yeah, so basically Coca-Cola is saying that their Fairlife, which is their milk that they sell, that they had a disruption operation the end of last week, and they filed with the SEC that they've basically shut down the operation. So essentially, they've said that there's no contamination of the milk or things like that, which is good. But basically, whatever's happened has forced them instead to just shut down and not make any more milk at the time being. And they still, as of just a minute ago when I checked, they still have not announced any update to that.
Wow.
And they're saying it's from a cyber attack.
Okay, so break this down for us. When it comes to a cyber attack at a corporation like Coca-Cola, when you say no contamination, what could happen? What is the realm of possibility when it comes to a cyber attack infiltrating the system and the product line?
Yeah, so I think what they're trying to say is like there's no infiltration, meaning like there's, nobody changed the recipe, nobody got physically into the facility and put something in the milk that would have harmed anybody physically. What seems to have happened though is there's a cyber attack. I think ransomware has been mentioned. Everyone thinks of ransomware and thinks of it where they're just looking for money from you, and that is the case, but they also are looking to disrupt operations. And in this case, it seems like what happened is they've shut down the systems, taken them offline, and these systems are ones that are helping them produce the milk. So at this point, they're unable to produce them until they can get them back up and running. Whether it's recovering from backup, whether they are trying to, speak to the attackers about getting the decryption, but at this point in time, they're completely down.
Could this present a problem for production, or does it depend on how long this halt is in place?
I mean, I think I would assume this already is producing some sort of an issue of production. I mean, obviously they're not the only milk producer, around. And I think I read that like the Canadian plants and some other ones are still doing okay. But yeah, I would think that wherever the plant that's having the issue is supplying, I would think that there will be some shortages from that specific milk soon, so because I think it's already been, 3 or 4 days that they have not been producing. So I would assume at some point we will see those shortages.
How common is a ransomware attack like this on a corporation as big and as wide as Coca-Cola?
I mean, it more common than you think. I think it's just a matter of how effective the attack is. So there have been attacks over time. I think even, just a few years ago here that, One Blood even was attacked. It's not as big as Coca-Cola. This is obviously a subsidiary of Coca-Cola, but they're still susceptible to the same attacks. We don't know what their recovery plan is. It may be that this is their recovery plan and to take this long to come back. So, but it's extremely common. It's just, I think a lot of times you don't hear about it because it doesn't make news like this. This is affecting a food chain. So therefore, obviously it's making much larger news than if it was something, and even if it, Coca-Cola obviously has soda, which soda is a bit different than milk, right? So if without soda, you're thinking it through. So it's very common.
So what does Coca-Cola do now moving forward? Is there anything that they are trying to identify as something that maybe they didn't have as tightly protected as they once thought? Or, I mean, what are the conversations like happening in the boardroom at Coca-Cola right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is probably that they're probably trying to recover from I would hope they're trying to recover from backups. And that depends on how far back they may have found out the attacker through the system. It's not uncommon for somebody to get into a system and stay there for months. In fact, it's typically common for it to be almost 6 months. So if they know that the attacker kind of has a foothold in their system, they might be trying to figure out how to recover and make sure this doesn't just happen again, because it's pretty common to recover your data and then find out that a day or two later, the attackers sort of just re-encrypt it because the same vulnerability was still there. So they are likely trying to figure out what they can do to come back up properly. And I'm sure that whether it's now or once they're back up and running, they will have to really look at what they can do better in the future. Sometimes the other issue is like with manufacturing and production like this, sometimes there's applications or things that are they're still very ancient. And it may even be that some sort of an application or software they use is not updated. So there's a lot of conversations probably going on, and some of it doesn't have an easy answer.
I'm glad you just brought up the vulnerability factor there, because do you have any sort of insight into what makes food manufacturing companies more vulnerable, or the difference between that versus maybe like a tech company when it comes to vulnerability?
I mean, I think in general, first off, a lot of times it's, attackers don't necessarily go after food or hospitals, but in some cases they do. So it sort of depends on the group that's going after you and how kind of, how really they really want to hurt humanity. I would say the difference between, let's say, a tech company is going to have vulnerabilities that are just really based upon the newer version of an application. I've talked about on the station before, but vulnerabilities come out all the time. You can just get the new version of a software on your phone or your computer, and just while they're introducing a new feature, they make a vulnerability. In food, production, or really any sort of manufacturing, it's not just that, but you're also a lot of times running on software that may have been written by the company or written honestly 10, 15, 20 years ago. And sometimes you're trying to, you're trying to balance between you have to keep making the product and making money versus this piece that really you shouldn't be using. But if you don't use it, there's maybe something going on. So even for a company as big as Coca-Cola, that's not necessarily easy to overcome sometimes. So I think it's just the vulnerabilities sometimes are not just new, they're old, and it's a risk that they sometimes take to keep producing the product.
Yeah. Thankfully, in this situation, the product quality and the safety were not compromised. But do you think this could be a wake-up call for other companies out there, something to look at and consider?
I mean, it always should be a wake-up call for every company, because again, right now it's a company this big, and that has, I think, the specific subsidiary of Coca-Cola, I think, had a $4 billion revenue, which is obviously quite a bit. But I still think you have to realize this can happen to any company. They may target a food company of that size, but that doesn't mean they're not going to take the data and take what happens to a smaller company. So you may think you're small, you may think you don't matter, but you do, and they can still hold you hostage. They can still try to get your data. They can still try to affect your business. So any company could be affected. So you should always be looking at what your plans are and how you could recover if something like this happens to you.
Any word yet on what this particular company was after?
Not yet. I don't think Coca-Cola has even released or any information about who the group was. I would guess there was a ransomware involved. Could it be political in some way? Maybe, but obviously the world we live in, there always could be political. But we don't know anything yet. I'm assuming at this point they're going to get themselves back up and running, and then we'll start seeing more information come out via SEC filings and otherwise.
Got it. Matt Rose, CXO of TechRage IT. We certainly appreciate you being here with us today on Fox 35 News Plus, breaking that all down for us and giving us a little more insight as to what happened and, all the background information and what people will be looking at moving forward. So thanks for being here with us.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, we still have a little bit more to get to in the 11 o'clock hour, and then we have another hour after that. So we certainly appreciate you
Thanks,
for being
Matt. I appreciate
here
you.
with us on Fox 35 News Plus. Don't you go anywhere. We will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus.
We're joined now by Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson. Jessica, thanks so much for being here. We need a catch-up session here. First of all, it's been so long since I have seen you.
I know, right? Yeah, we are going to be expecting a pretty hot stretch, though, unfortunately. So if we get together, maybe some iced coffee.
I know. It is going to be warm. Okay, so fill us in. What are we looking at for this afternoon? Because rain's back in the picture, right?
Yeah, it's actually going to be, though, on the lower side. This weekend ended up being a little drier than initially forecast, which if you were outside, I don't think too many people were upset about that, especially watching the World Cup and whatnot. But we are tracking the tropics when it comes to this system in particular. So we've got this tropical depression, I should say. It's an area of low pressure that is based off to the west of us. It's in the northern Gulf Coast or Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America. There we have an area of low pressure that's working its way to the northwest, and it's continuing to work its way slowly over the warm Gulf waters there, and it's continuing to bring with it heavy rain, showers, and storms just now, though, to parts of the Panhandle. So that's what we're seeing there. It is going to continue. I believe we actually just did get the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. So this is the latest update, and I know it's a little busy, but bottom line, this just came in. It looks like it will remain a tropical storm, and I can kind of rotate this around a little bit. It will remain a tropical storm all the way through, say, middle parts of this week. By Thursday night and into Fridays when it starts to weaken back down to a tropical depression, because it will be battling a lot of wind shear from the north and drier air as well, and that's what's going to lend way to some lower chances of showers and storms as it makes its way towards Texas. For us, we're really not going to be expecting any sort of specific or direct impacts other than the fact that we'll have some outer bands, some showers and storms working their way inland, making their way to Central Florida later on this afternoon. That's about it. It'll be tropical downpours, but other than that, nothing that's going to be too terribly impactful. Meanwhile, along the Panhandle, that's where they do have some tropical storm watches and some warnings offshore in place. And here's the thing, there have been some signs and some indications that we could see this stay offshore in terms of the worst of the rain. If we do have that wind shear really taking hold and really limiting the amount of strengthening that this is able to do. So it looks like it's going to stay a tropical storm again all the way by the time it maybe reaches Louisiana, and that's where it could make landfall by maybe Wednesday night, Thursday morning. But other than that, this is where we have some of those tropical storm watches and warnings in place. Really want to indicate where we have those oranges in places where we have the highest chances of the majority of the impacts. So still well offshore at this point, and we hope that's a continuing trend. That would be really good news. So we would see fewer impacts there along the northern Gulf Coast, extending from, say, the Apalachicola area all the way through Destin, Panama City Beach, all the way towards even Mobile. And that's where we're going to see the near-term impacts. As of late, we've been pretty dry this morning, haven't had any sort of issues, maybe a stray light shower or two trying to sneak there into Brevard County. Other than that, dry for us this morning. The Gulf Coast has had the majority of the rain, but as we head to about noon, 1 o'clock, we could start to see some heavier showers and storms getting going, developing there all the way from the Gulf Coast, maybe even the Atlantic. This is, again, from a stout southerly flow, tropical downpours, heat, humidity, all going to be in the cards for us today, but still very few and far between. Would not, though, be at all shocked if we had a couple of isolated, stronger storms. These are going to be very few and far between. This is where we're going to be expecting heavy rain, gusty winds, frequent lightning, maybe even some flooding rain. Would not be at all shocked for some reports like that as we head all the way through about 6, 7 o'clock tonight. And then by 8 and 9 p.m., we do expect things to overall begin to fizzle out and dry out. Temperature-wise, we'll make it to highs in the mid-90s. Once again, 94 degrees will be our high today. 40% chance of rain. That does not mean everyone sees the rain, but we are going to see feels like temperatures in the range of around 103 to maybe even as high as 107 to 108. So that is approaching some dangerous levels of heat for sure, especially for areas where it's going to rain and then it fizzles out and then the sun comes back out and then it rains once again. But as a whole, we'll have drier air sinking in over the course of the next couple of days, and this is going to be kind of an unusual stretch for us with lower chances of showers and storms of the way for Tuesday, so tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, even into Friday, only a 20% chance. So very few and far between as far as shower and storm chances go. As a result, though, temperatures will be turning a lot hotter, mid-90s for highs, which that will continue, but it feels like temperature that could approach dangerous levels. Once again, we do factor in some of the humidity levels. So we're going to be drier, which will allow temperatures to heat up more, but we won't be completely out of the neck of the woods when it comes to showers and storms. They're just going to be much more isolated. So not a complete, dry stretch, but definitely something we want to be watching out for as we head throughout this week, because a lot of people probably want to get outside as a result of it being drier, but it could be, dangerously hot. So lots of things to keep tabs on here as we head throughout the next couple of hours and days, really. I mean, we could see, I do think it's a real chance we'll likely see Tropical Storm Bertha before today's all said and done with, but looks like it's going to stay a tropical storm. No direct impacts really to us in Florida.
Thankfully.
Yes.
Because I think it was last week. It wasn't quite looking like this. So.
Yeah. It was, no, you're right. It was a completely different conversation, and since it's moved west, it's moved away from Florida, and hopefully it still kind of stays, a lot of the impacts will stay just outside of the Gulf Coast there.
Yeah. All right, Jessica. Well, so good to see you.
Yes,
thanks for filling us in. We certainly appreciate it. And as we head to break, we are taking a live look at the port camera there with a ship, a cruise ship sitting right there waiting to take off on this Monday afternoon. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I wanted to open up the show with a grid cam here to show the amazing team that I get to work with this week in Garrett Weimer's absence. There they are. Okay, in full transparency, guys, they just said, I gave them a heads up I was going to open up with this shot, and they said, oh, let me fix my posture. Johnny over here took off the shawl that he was wearing. Oh, it was the greatest. Go ahead, Johnny, get the shawl. It is a little chilly in here, I will say that. There's the shawl in all its glory. Oh, I can put you all on camera too? I love this. Okay, maybe in the next commercial break, I can figure out how to do that. Listen, we are having quite the time here on Fox 35 News Plus, and I certainly appreciate you all for joining us today. Again, I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer on this Monday. Happy Monday to you. Oh, it's been a full show here on this Monday. We still have a lot more that we want to get to. We also heard from Orlando City Soccer. They spoke after practice today, actually in as you know, they're gearing up to host San Jose Earthquakes on Wednesday, which is really exciting news because, you know, the MLS is returning after that World Cup break, which, oh my goodness, with the World Cup being on Fox for the past, month or so, it has been busy around here. So I know that Orlando City Soccer is excited to get back in the swing of things. So let's go ahead and see what
how's the first couple days been for you?
Yeah, first couple days have been tough, but it's good. I enjoy it. I think you know, getting back in the swing of things after a little bit of a summer break is nice, especially obviously being here. The heat has been. I had to get well acquainted with it really quickly, but no, it's been good. Very good sessions.
How has it been reacclimating to Orlando and just meeting your new teammates and reacquainting yourself with the staff that's been here? Just how's all that been for you?
It's been pretty seamless, honestly. I think you know, coming here, I think when I first got off the flight, I was like, oh, like I remember this. I remember obviously all the Disney things in the airport. But yeah, quickly I came here. I was like, oh, like I remember pretty quickly. Facility, same thing. People, everyone's made me feel welcome. So plus with a lot of help of everybody, it's been an easy transition.
I mean, one question I guess everyone has: how did this all kind of come to fruition? Because I think Daryl Dike coming back to Orlando City, I don't think it was in anyone's cards this summer. Can you kind of share some background information as far as how did it all come together, and I mean, how did it come to that decision to come back to Central Florida?
Yeah, I think for me, obviously, you know, speaking with my family, speaking with my agent, things like that, I think, you know, this is a place that I had some success at, and a place that I loved it. And I remember when Ricardo messaged my agent and started talking about things, I was like, ooh, that sounds all right, you know, because obviously the memories, everything starts flowing, and you know, the project that he was explaining and things like that. Yeah, it's a nice experience. So you know, when that kind of happened and things started rolling and going and things like that, you know, I made the decision. I was like, yeah, let's go home. Why not?
Have you been able to follow up with Orlando City just the last few years, considering you've been in England? But have you been kind of keep track as far as how the team's been doing these last few years after you left?
Yeah, for sure. I think you know, keeping track with things is, you know, it's something I've always gonna do, because no matter what, even if I wasn't here, I was still a fan. I think time difference can be a little bit difficult sometimes, but yeah, of course, you know, I try and catch the games every once in a while. I still had the MLS package, of course, so still watched a few games when I could. But yeah, of course, I've always been following still.
So how much has the club, the city, or even your own perspective changed since you left Europe?
Yeah, I think when I first came here, I think it was for me, I think maybe like not even necessarily like a little boy kind of mentality, but for me, I was so fascinated by everything. You know, it was my first time around. I was first professional environment. You know, big time players. I was playing with Nani at the time, Pato players. You know, Mauricio, tons of big players back then. So I was so, you know, starstruck by it. Not to say I'm not still starstruck by someone like Griezmann and stuff like that, but yeah, I think when I come back here now, you know, I have a lot of experience, a lot more experience than I did before. So hopefully I can, you know, have a bigger impact in the team in that regard. And yeah, I think that's the main difference, is the more experience, more maturity.
And so you had left here as a young super draft pick and returning now in season international. So how do you feel your game has evolved the most during your time overseas?
I think for me, it's been the brain. I think I've always kind of had, you know, a physical presence and things like that, but I think my footballing brain has increased a lot. I think, you know, when to drop, when to make a run, when the team needs me to press, etc. Even no matter what. And I think technically, that's been something that I've been working on a lot. So, you know, different kinds of finishes, different kinds of, you know, ways to drop in the pockets, passing, linking up. So I think I'm excited to kind of demonstrate that to people. Of course, there's still a lot for me to improve on. That's why I came here speaking with Martin. It was something that was very important to me, that I still wanted to make sure that I'm improving. And trust me, he assured me, he's like, trust me, you'll get even better, and something exciting as a person who wants to keep improving as well.
And so with that, have you had a chance to speak exclusively with Martin about how he plans to deploy you into the system right away?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as I said, I've been off for a little bit, so have a little bit of time to, you know, get reacclimated to you know, playing game speed. But yeah, of course, I mean, he and I have spoken. I've only had a few sessions, so he's even seeing more and more of things I like to do, having conversations with the players around me. So things like that are very, very important. And yeah, just kind of keep growing. I think that relationship is very, very important for the, you know, my success, the team's success, and, you know, everything moving forward for this season and, you know, next season.
Have you kind of been able to see the welcoming? I mean, I think the only guy that still is here from when you were here is Robin Janssen, but plenty of new guys. How have you kind of seen that welcome from the rest of the guys and just in general?
Yeah, it's a very good welcome. I think, immediately everyone's welcomed me, players, staff, fans, from the moment, even on, on social media and things like that. I'm able to feel it. I love that. It makes the transition even easier for me. And it's been great. The guys, the group, very good collective group. I think everybody's well knit. Everyone's good, good friends, even if you speak the same language or not. Everyone finds a way to laugh, to communicate, and so it's it's exciting. It's exciting to be a part of it. We've been here for a few days, not even a full week, and I already feel a part of the group. So it's nice. It's a nice feeling because not every single changing room is like that.
The World Cup's over. Obviously, MLS returned to play for the teams on Wednesday. You were at the World Cup watch party in Orlando yesterday. I guess for the fans that haven't been able to pay attention to Major League Soccer, obviously the casual fans know who you are, but I mean, what are you hoping to do this season as far as just getting back into the hustle of things and kind of just what can fans expect from you and from the team as far as that goes?
I think collectively it's for wins. I think no matter what, every single time, we're here on the training pitch doing everything, getting together because we want to win. I think, there's obviously an Open Cup semifinal, so that's first and foremost. That's the first thing that we want to, achieve, and something I'd love to be a part of. The guys did all the work, but I'll come in and try and help them out a little bit. But yeah, so Open Cup, of course, and then reach playoffs and have a good playoff run and maybe even win things. I think that's if you're coming into any situation and thinking anything less of yourself that you're going to win, especially with the the quality that you have here, I don't think you're in the right place. I don't think you're in the right mindset. So I think that's the position. And then me personally, it's, as I said, I just want to keep improving. I want to keep getting better. I want to be able to contribute to the team as much as possible. And with the guys, with the coaching staff, with my own mentality, I think that's something I'm gonna do.
Since you left, a lot of youth players have come through the Orlando academies and come up and now sign first-team contracts. Those guys that are now 18, 19 years old were like 13, 14 years old when you were playing, and watching you play in the stands. Have you kind of wrapped your head around that, of like kids that used to watch me are now playing with me?
Yeah, for sure. Like, talking to Flacco, I think talking to Flacco, it's interesting because when I was first here, I was obviously a really young kid who came in, and there were academy players who were younger who would come in to train and things like that, and then now I'm coming back and Flacco's training with the first team consistently, and even me thinking as a person, it's nice to know that some people have followed you even when I left, and then even then knowing that a club like this, integrating a lot of players and improving them and stuff like that, there's a clear pathway, and I think that's something that's very, very important in every single club. You've seen that with Alex, you've seen that with me. You've seen it, so it's nice to know that the club really cares about players who are younger and gives them the opportunity to play, because they're all we're all important, and I think it's nice from all the staff top to bottom that they help improve players, they help everyone, which is kind of what shows when you see the games on Saturdays and Wednesdays.
So yeah, go ahead. Two more quick. What did you miss the most about Orlando while you were in Europe?
I think the thing I missed was I miss the fans. I really enjoy the fans here. I think everyone is very, very welcoming. Not to say that the fans in England weren't, because they were also phenomenal. But I think the fans here, they're great. I think every single time I've stepped out, everyone's given me such warm welcomes. It's so nice. Even at the at the match yesterday, a big warm welcome, big applause, and it makes you feel good. It makes all the work that you kind of do that they don't watch and they don't see. It makes it feel more worth it when people are there supporting you, and yeah, it just feels good. That's the main thing. Yeah.
First thing you do when you got back?
Slept. Went to the hotel, took off the pants that I was wearing because it was too hot. Yeah, probably that was the first thing I did, and then came in and met everybody, met some people, so that was nice. Met some old relationships.
Is that humidity that hit you as soon as you stepped out of baggage claim at MCO?
Oh, absolutely. I was sweating. I was sitting there. I was like, I'm not in England no more. but it's all right. Like, obviously, like, listen, this is weather that people travel to go to, so it's I love it. It's great.
Thank you, Daryl.
Easy enough. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Sick.
You got to hear Buddy Dyer on the tram.
Yeah. Who's the mayor or whatever?
Yeah.
Buddy Dyer.
I would say it's probably
Back to it again.
Vamos.
Good, yeah. All right. Martin, it's been almost 2 months since you guys last played an official MLS game. How have things been just in that time, having to break, having time to kind of reset, and now coming back and hitting the ground running?
Yes, no, I mean, it was a really good period of time. First of all, we needed to stop a little bit. It was a tough calendar the first semester for us. And then it was amazing to have a couple of weeks with the guys to do some training session, you know. So, no, nice. We're fine. We're happy. We're happy that we had that this time, and it's gonna be almost the only one because then the calendar is gonna be tough again. So, we're ready to go.
Obviously, since you guys last played a game, you've brought in Antoine, now brought in Daryl, you've signed Tristan and Clovis to homegrown contracts. What does it mean bringing those guys into the first team fold now and having 4 players that are able to come in and contribute?
Yes, of course. Well, with Greasy, it's unique. You know, I would repeat one more time. He, as a player, I'm not going to talk about him because everybody knows. But as a person, we are more than happy. He's so humble, so unique, so special. The energy he brought to the locker room and to all of us, his magic, it's unique. Everybody is enjoying about him, me as well. So, and he merged with the great group that we have here. So we are more than happy. Daryl is an amazing guy. We know him very well. We are so happy he came back. We have, of course, expectations not only with them but with everyone. And then with the homegrowns, we're always happy because our academy, I think it has been developing a lot of players. The work the club does from up bottom. I mean, owner Ricardo and all the academy staff, it's unbelievable. It's so strong. I think our academy is every year better and better and better. We are so proud. So and we are trying to from our chair now in the first team to get the rewards and use those players because they have a sense of belonging and good quality.
How important is it going to be on Wednesday or is there any type of urgency on Wednesday to start, I guess, the season again on the right foot?
Yes, I mean, I think this is a special opportunity that the MLS provide to us, that is having this break in the middle of the season, which is not normal in our seasons. So I think it's important. Every game it's a final for us, so this is the first one and we're going to try to win it.
What are you kind of looking for in terms of the opponent on Wednesday? San Jose's obviously been in a good run of form before the break. They've had some good signings and kind of been a very hard team to play against at their home. What are you kind of looking for in this game?
Yes, we respect every opponent. We analyze every opponent. We're gonna try to be there and represent our club and our logo and our people as we always try to do. And hopefully we can do a good game for them and for us as well because we really want it.
You have, as far as every player that's injured, how's the team looking health-wise right now? Do you have a good sense of availability from your players going into these next 2 games?
I mean, during the preseason, not preseason, this period of training, I'm so proud of the job we did here. I think we took care about the players. We were able to do a good training sessions. You always have small things, but no, the roster is fine, and hopefully we can do a good semester.
Marco Pasalic, obviously not present today. Is there any expectation on when he can be put back into the squad going into Wednesday or even Saturday?
Yes, he was committed to the national team, so we're waiting for him. He will join us soon. We are proud that he was able to compete in the World Cup with his national team, like Brian and Max. And yes, he will be here soon.
Para los canales hispanohablantes, ¿qué expectas esta miércoles frente a San José?
Bueno, nosotros esperamos representar bien al club y al equipo, como lo intentamos hacer siempre. Ojalá que podamos jugar como queremos, como entrenamos y que eso nos permita ganar, que al final del día es lo que queremos para alegría de nuestra gente y nuestra también.
Hablando de Daryl, me imagino que ya, bueno, ¿vos ya estabas acá con él? ¿Estaba jugando? No, pero sabemos que el tipo de jugador que él puede ser. Como un entrenador, ¿qué tanto va a ser el reto para tratar de llevarlo otra vez al 100%, para que llegue al 100%, sabiendo que ya tiene un poco de tiempo sin jugar de una manera consistentemente?
Sí, Daryl es un chico excepcional, aunque yo no lo tuve, lo conocemos bien. Acá en el club la gente lo conoce y ya lo trató, así que eso es una ventaja. Vamos a tratar de darle el mejor servicio posible para que pueda estar en su mejor forma y rendir. Lo digo en inglés. I hadn't coached him personally, but we all know Daryl. The people here in the performance staff, they know him really well, so we're gonna provide him with the best service as possible for him to be in the best shape as possible and perform in the best way.
Again, that was Orlando.
Okay, so
City
as you know,
Soccer
in Florida, we
right
have
there. We are going to take a quick break because on the other side of this break, we have to talk about a big holiday. It's a week long. It is the tax holiday happening a week long, not a week, a month long, happening from July 20th through August 20th. I know a lot of parents are excited about that as we are all looking to buy those back to school supplies and back to school clothes. I cannot believe the summer went so fast. We say this every year, don't we? Jeez. All right, we'll be right back, and we are speaking to someone after the break. We'll have that. More Fox 35 News Plus coming up after this quick break.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer today. So excited that you're here with us, joining us. We've had a packed Monday already. The time now is 12:25 this afternoon. Listen, a big holiday. The tax holiday is coming up starting today, July 20th, running through August the 20th. So we're chatting with Andrea Warrock about some of the best ways to kind of maximize those savings. I know a lot of parents are going to be looking to buy the back to school clothes, buy all of the supplies that we'll need for this coming school year. I cannot believe that we're talking about school already. It seems like the kiddos just got out not too long ago. So let's go ahead and cue up that interview so that you can hear what she had to say.
Okay, so as you know, in Florida, we have these tax holidays for certain periods of the year. So this coming week is for back to school. It's school supplies and clothing are part of this. How important is this in the current climate with how expensive everything is for Floridians?
You know, prices are up on everything these days, especially groceries, gas, and the essentials that parents need to send their kids back to school with. But if you can take advantage of a tax-free sales event to skip that 6% sales tax, that's going to save you a lot of money, especially when you're spending hundreds of dollars on clothing, shoes, and other supplies.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, there are a lot of things on the list, like computers and calculators and desktops that are pretty high ticket items. Outside of the sales tax, how can families save money on this?
Yeah, I did want to mention, it looks like there are some restrictions to how you can save, or there are some restrictions on how much you can save on sales tax. So it looks like clothing is capped to $100 or less, school supplies is $50 or less, but computers and other electronics for school, you can save tax on that purchase of $1,500. Up to $1,500 you can save tax, or how do I want to say it? Sorry. On up to $1,500 worth of school tech, including computers, you won't have to pay tax on that. Now that amounts to a significant savings. You definitely want to prepare and pick up these big ticket items during this upcoming week. But there are other ways to stretch your budget, especially when it comes to saving on electronics. First, I recommend looking at an older model. If you go with the latest and greatest model, it's going to cost a premium, but you can usually save 20 to 30% by going with an older model. Just make sure you compare all the details, the specifications, features, because oftentimes they do have the same features and maybe it's just a design difference. So why pay more if it's not really offering you more? I also wanted to suggest looking at certified refurbished models. If you buy from a reputable retailer like Best Buy, Amazon Renewed, there are many other stores that sell these certified refurbished models. This could save you up to 60% off compared to a brand new model. And because it's certified, it certifies that it will work and look like new. They come with warranties, a money back guarantee, so you still get the peace of mind while saving money. Also be careful of all the add-ons and accessories. You might find a deal during this back to school sales time, but usually you might find a deal on the actual gadget, but not oftentimes on the accessory. So if you need a screen protector, a case, HDMI cables, don't buy them at the retailer. Instead, look online, look at Amazon or eBay. These are sites that oftentimes have these accessories for a much lower price. I also suggest comparing prices. Once you know what you need to buy, use an app like Flip. This is going to allow you to compare circulars all in one place on your phone, so you could create a shopping plan, see which retailers have special sales or deals for the items on your list, and then you can shop accordingly. If you do go into a store without a plan, make sure you use a barcode scanning app like Shop Savvy. This will tell you if there are any other retailers selling the same item and if they have a better deal, because if they do, well, then you can ask the store associate if they'll price match, or of course then just buy from the other retailer retailer to save yourself money. And I always tell people, compare the online price for the brick and mortar you're shopping at. Sometimes it's cheaper online for whatever reason. They're offering a web special, and oftentimes the in-store associates can match their online price, so that will still help you save as well. And this is big. No matter what you're buying, look at how you're paying for your school supplies. Some cards are going to give you more rewards for different stores that you're shopping at, so you want to make sure you are using a reward card that will give you more cash back or points for those purchases. And if you don't have a robust cashback card, this is one of the biggest things right now that can help offset the higher prices we're all experiencing. And I love a flat rate cashback card. One that I'm using, it's called the Bread Cashback American Express credit card. They offer an unlimited 2% back on every purchase. And that also includes, your groceries, your gas, your utilities, all your school supplies. That can really add up and then help you pay off your purchases. And then another app I love, I'll just throw it out there, Fetch. With the Fetch app, you take pictures of all your shopping receipts. So if you're shopping for school, take pictures of everything. You'll earn points for those purchases. And then you can redeem those points for gift cards to Amazon, Target, Walmart, a bunch of other retailers. And then you can essentially use the points you've earned from early purchases for the school season to save maybe on those last minute needs you need later.
That's all really helpful. One thing I was thinking about is maybe does it make sense for people to, instead of looking to buy everything new, maybe take a look at what they have in their house? Like, how many highlighters does one child really need? How many colored pencils? Can you talk about other cost-saving measures?
Yeah. So as you're thinking about school shopping, you might get your list from your teachers, your school. Go through your home first. I always say shop at home first, because oftentimes we have leftover supplies that we forgot about. There could be scattered crayons that could make a set around. You could find scattered crayons to make a set, as well as markers, highlighters, pens, pencils. You don't need these brand new. They're likely still going to work for the upcoming school year. Even notebooks, partially used notebooks. I was looking at my daughter's. They have these composition notebooks that really they only use maybe the first 20 pages. So I could rip those out and they have a brand new notebook for the upcoming year. So don't feel like you have to buy everything brand new. Reuse binders, reuse pencil cases. There's so many items you can reuse. And look at your child's backpack or lunch tote from last year. You could use a spray and stay, throw it in the washing machine, and it could look like new. And if your kids give you any grief about reusing supplies or a backpack, this is a great budgeting lesson. Teach them that if you save money on these items, you'll have more to put towards maybe new sneakers they really want or a pair of jeans. This will just give them an important life skill on how to use their money wisely. And then as we're talking about shopping around at home, there are other ways to save on used goods by buying from other people or even buying gently used direct from retailers. So look at local listing sites like OfferUp or Facebook Marketplace. These are a great resource for finding gently used backpacks, sneakers. Kids outgrow their sneakers quickly, so sometimes you find like new sneakers on these local listing sites that could fit your child for the upcoming year. This is also a great place to find gently used sporting goods. Maybe your kids need cleats or baseball bats or whatever for their school sports. This would be a good place to look. I also like Swap Me Sports or Sideline Swap, specifically for sporting gear. And then I'm even seeing more retailers offering gently used options on their own websites. A couple that come to mind, Athleta has a pre-loved section, as well as Lululemon, Hannah Anderson, REI. So before you buy brand new, look to see if there's a gently used options first. And here's another great tip. This is great for parents who have piles of clothing that your kids have outgrown. Go to a site like the Swoondle Society. They will send you a bag that you fill up with your kids' outgrown clothing. Just make sure it's still in good condition. You'll get credits for different brands that you send, different level of credits that you can then redeem for like new clothing in the sizes your kid that will fit your kids. So it's basically a trading website. You do pay a small trade fee, but a great way to kind of recycle and save money on new stuff.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, you cover consumer savings nationally. So is this kind of tax holiday something that's kind of unique to Florida, or is this something, you know, that other states have, or is this, what is your thought on that?
Yeah. You know, the tax-free sales holiday, it's not something unique to Florida, but it's not offered in every state. I forget the exact number. I don't know if it's somewhere between 8 to 11 states that offer a tax-free sales event. They drop these tax-free sales events fall on different times of the year. So some might be in July, some might be later in August. They do try to correspond with the state's back to school season. And then of course there are different parameters. Every state has a different threshold on how much sales tax you can save. Some states don't even offer electronics. So the fact that Florida is offering an opportunity for you to save on tax on an electronic purchase of up to $1,500, that can help you save a lot of money. So this is definitely a good time to buy one of those items.
Is there anything else we should know? I know you said you had some notes. Is there anything I missed asking you?
So I know I touched on the apps I wanted to mention, the refurbished, gently used. Okay, go generic for your basic school supplies. So think notebooks, folders, pens, even crayons. I know sometimes the teachers will put in the name brand, but you can buy the generic version. It's going to save you 60 to 70% off. I was looking online, the Target's Up and Up one subject notebook is priced at $1.19. But if you go with the same exact notebook from 5 Star, they look the same, just different brand name. It's going to cost you over $2 more just for one item. So if you can stick with the generic, it's going to help you save big. Plus, we know stores have more power to discount their own items, and those we see kind of rotating from now through the first day of school. So you can, shop each week, pick up what's on sale that week to really stretch your budget. And buy from brands that offer guarantees. More brands are offering these 1-year guarantees. Some offer a lifetime guarantee. So I love Target's owned brands like Cat and Jack clothing. They say if any clothing doesn't stand up to the quality, hold up, then you can bring it back, make sure you have a receipt or have the online order, and you can return or exchange it. Old Navy offers this on their kids' clothing as well. They have a guarantee. And then Jansport, Osprey for backpacks, they have lifetime guarantees. So you can send something back to get repaired if it rips, not from the normal wear and tear, but if something just happens to rip or break, like a zipper breaks, then that's something that you can get your money back. So it would be a better way to use your money, not constantly replacing cheap items every year.
I feel like that's everything I need.
Okay.
Do you think we're good?
Yeah, I think you're good. I mean, I think we've really covered a lot of tips. Here's one more in case you need it.
Yeah.
Want to team up with other parents to save on those bulk purchases. So maybe you can find a couple of families to go in on those, a mega size of construction paper, markers, crayons, glue sticks. You're going to get a better price per unit, and then you just split the cost. And then you could be extra savvy by offering to make all the purchases, earn the rewards with your credit card, and just have everybody send you some money using Venmo or Zelle or whichever way you like to do it. You talked about timing your purchases right, taking advantage of the tax-free events that are offered. Just keep in mind, although you will save sales tax on clothing, we do typically see those fall clothing essentials going on deeper discount after school starts, so maybe later September, early October. And considering it's still going to be really warm when the kids go back to school, that's actually a purchase you'll want to hold off on, because the sales you see in fall are going to be a better deal and save you more than the amount you would save by avoiding paying tax.
Oh, very good tips and ideas.
Sincerest condolences.
We want to make sure that we keep in mind as we're doing back to school shopping for the kiddos when it comes to the clothing. I really like the idea of coming together with other parents to make sure that everyone gets it, but you might not need, construction bulk paper, 1,500 pages for the school year. So I really like that idea. Definitely some good takeaways there. Listen, we still have much more coming up in the rest of this hour of Fox 35 News Plus. Don't you go anywhere. We will be right back.
their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back. We are taking a live look now in Mississippi. Family and friends and community members are gathering to celebrate the life of Nolan Wells. You may remember he's the 18-year-old student athlete whose death followed that tragic situation that happened on July 4th, a boat trip that has drawn national attention. Still so many questions remain for his family and the general public, but the community is now honoring his memory. Let's go ahead and take a live listen into this funeral service.
The day you came home from college, you came in the room and you asked me about training. You would always ask us, or always tell us about things that you want to do for us. When you signed with a school, you want to do this and take me and your mother there. And I would always tell you that, son, you need to take it one day at a time. During this time, you trained, you worked out. The bond with your younger siblings grew stronger because they looked up to you for motivation, especially your younger brother, which played the same position that you did. You guys' competition, Cannon, Nolan loved you, and he wanted you to do just as good as he did. Ethan, the same way. Even though you weren't a receiver, he wanted you to do great things. Carly, Jaden, with you guys being the oldest, he wanted the best for you guys. And I know that he would have did anything he could to make you guys happy. I just want to say thank you all for coming out. Thank you all for coming out and celebrating our son. Nolan meant a lot to a lot of people. And today it just shows us how much he meant to the community, to the country, and to the world. Thank you guys again for coming out. We appreciate it.
Can we have all of his sisters and brothers to stand? Give the family your love. James Wellborn is here, the father of Sonia Massey. We appreciate him being here. When I was called about what happened to Nolan, and as the days went on, the parents came to our Harlem headquarters of National Action Network and told the story as they knew it at that time. Attorney Ben Crump, who I call the Attorney General of Black America, began looking into this situation. And since then, every day, I have thought about what this means and what it could mean. And a lot of what this could mean, it could be the healing or it could be the poking of the wound. That's going to be decided by what we do. The senior pastor of this church had the courage of his faith to open the doors of this church and let this family funeralize him, even though he knows that some, I'm sure, in the city would wonder why he would even do that. And the dividing of our children of God is something that we have to get over. One of the things that I'm glad to see is that there are people of all races at this funeral. And there are people of all ages. All whites are not a racist, and all blacks are not angry. Somewhere in the middle, we've got to meet and find what is just and fair. And that is why we want to celebrate Nolan, and at the same time say we want a full and thorough investigation. We don't want nothing sugar-coated either way. But for an 18-year-old young man to no longer be with us, we want answers. Not biased either way, just answers. And I think that for the family, the closure can come if there is justice. We will see where it goes. Some have prejudged. I do not think that it is appropriate for either side of opinions to prevail without a backup and fair investigation. We cannot say it was racist, but we cannot say it was not racist. So let's not judge either way until all the evidence is in. And in that light, let me say this, and I'm going to take a brief text and I'll move on. There are those that are so full of hate that they would send hate messages to the house of these parents. They sent one that Christine shared with Attorney Crump and I, and it accused her and Elmer of just stirring trouble and accused the lawyers, Attorney Crump and I, or they just want money. First of all, I don't get any money in any of what we do. Most of the cases that you have seen us do, we help to pay the funerals and all of that, and never ask for a dime back, even if they got settlements. But since Mississippi is so special, I'm not only saying we don't want nothing, I want to say right here now, and I'm inspired by who accused us of that I want to put up from National Action Network and me, I want to offer a reward of $50,000 to anybody I want to put a reward up for $50,000 for anybody that could give the information that will lead to an arrest and a conviction in the case of what happened. He was not on that island by himself. Somebody saw something and knows something. So I didn't come to make money, I came to give money. Stand up and tell the truth. Whatever it is, good or bad, we're not going to prejudge it, but we cannot end it until we know all the facts. So all you got to do is reach out to Attorney Crump's office, and National Action Network could do that if it leads to an arrest and conviction. And I guarantee you, you'll have it before the sun goes down. I want to thank Tyler Perry, who has paid for the funeral. We didn't call him. He called me and said, I want to pay for that. I want to thank Byron Allen and others that have contributed, some that don't even want their name called. I was thinking as a scripture in Genesis, the 4th chapter, that passage that starts at the 2nd verse said, and again she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain a worker of the ground. In the course of time, Cain brought unto the Lord an offering of fruit of the ground, and Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock, and their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering, but for Cain and his offering he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his face fell. The Lord said to Cain, why art thou angry, and why has your face fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is contrary to you, but you must rule over it. Cain spoke to Abel, his brother. And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, where is Abel, your brother? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And the Lord said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. May God add a blessing to the reading of his word. The story of what we have faced in America is a question that started in the first book of the Bible with the first siblings. Am I my brother's keeper? Am I my brother's keeper? Or will we, out of some emotions, some anger, some jealousy, some envy, maybe some bigotry, decide rather than deal with building up the beauty that God put in us, that we will harm our brother and that we will harm our sister, and through some malice try to hide it? But the Bible says that the victim's blood cried from the ground. I hear this morning Nolan's blood crying from the ground. Am I my brother's keeper? Or am I the keeper of some secret, some information that you could give and won't stand up? But the blood's gonna haunt you. Those in law enforcement, your job is to follow the oath, not to follow the preference of what goes down. There are those that want me to condemn people before we know whether they're right or wrong. Now, yes, there's some questions around this, and this is not a rally. This is a praise and worship service, and we'll deal with those questions. But, you know, it's interesting. I exercise every morning. I tore something in my knee about 2 weeks ago. And they told me when they did the x-ray, Reverend, that I had torn my meniscus, and I had to go to get some surgery. And they said, when I went to get surgery, they said, well, wait a minute, your doctor has to give us your history so we don't get the wrong thing to deal with your surgery. So the medication you may have and what you have to do to recoup and the exercise you have, we gotta base that on your medical history. Well, the reason why what's happened to Nolan under unquestioned, unanswered questions, gone, phone and keys found 2 days later. You don't tell nobody you had.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And I noticed that Emmett Till happened here. All the way to Medgar Evers happened here. Based on the history, we got to be able to dig deep. We can't have people in law enforcement saying there was no foul play before an investigation. We got to look at the history. Now, I know, and I told Christine and Elmer, they're going to say, you had Sharpton come down, and that could be controversial, but don't get me wrong. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I grew up in a section called Brownsville. I first had my parents had a nice home in Queens, nice middle-class home. And Daddy left, and Mama had to move to a tenement in Brownsville. I didn't grow up in Fort Greene like Spike Lee. They were middle class. We was poor. We weren't even poor. We was poor. And we had, Spike don't know nothing about this, but we had roaches. And I remember I went one night and I went in the kitchen. Sister had gone to bed, mother had gone to bed. I looked in the kitchen and I saw these roaches all over the kitchen. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm looking for the raid. Some of y'all grew up like me know what Raid is. I'm looking for the Raid to spray the roaches. I ran and woke up my sister. And I said, there's roaches all over the kitchen. She said, leave me. I said, get up, you gotta help me. There's roaches all over the kitchen. She kind of stumbled and come down the hall and hit the switch and fixing her eyes. And when she looked, she said, ain't no roaches in here. I said, no, they were right here. She said, you woke me up, I don't see no roaches. She went back to bed, she was angry, didn't want to hear from me. I went back again and looked in the kitchen, roaches everywhere. I went back and grabbed again. I said, come on, you gotta see it, I'm not kidding. She stumbled in, she cut the light on, roaches was gone. So I'm now in the little hallway trying to figure this out. And I figured it out, that when you cut the light on, the roaches run. I did not come to Mississippi to cause no trouble. I come to cut the light on. And if we cut the lights on, you're gonna see roaches start running all over. It's time to cut the light on. It's time to get rid of our differences. It's time to let love rule over hate. It's time for a new Mississippi. It's time for a new coming together. It's time for us to stand together no matter who's wrong. God will make a way for his children. That's why God can use this occasion to make blacks and whites in a state with a bad history say in Nolan's name, we're going to come together and we're going to find out the truth here together. We're going to love together. We're going to make his name be the difference between those of the past. We're going to have some justice and some fairness no matter what it is. We're going to cut the light on. We're going to get rid of the roaches. Thank you and God bless you. Before we leave, I must hear from where we go from here and the family as we pursue an open, impartial look at what happened to Nolan. May we hear from the Attorney General of Black America, Attorney Benjamin Crump.
Y'all give it up for Reverend Al Sharpton. What a message. What a message. Justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. Now let's say it so his family will know they are not alone. Justice for Nolan Wells. Thank you. I stand before you with a plea for justice. I'm so grateful that Reverend Al Sharpton, America's civil rights leader, did not think it robbery to stand with Christine and Elmo and all of their family to let them know that despite what some people may say or do that is so insensitive, so disrespectful, so inhumane, while you all are grieving the worst loss that any parent could have, that people from New York, people from Los Angeles, people from Chicago, Detroit, London, Paris, all over the world has been calling Nolan Wales' name. Justice for Nolan Wales. I am so very grateful, Reverend Al, Reverend Toon, that we have a great team of lawyers and investigators, because it's always a team effort. As I heard Elmo often talk about, T.O., Nolan was a great teammate. And everybody who's ever played on a team and who has been successful in their endeavor understands that you're only as good as your teammates are. So I want to just acknowledge Attorney Lisa Park, Attorney Eric Hertz, Attorney Gary Buffkin, Attorney Carlos Moore, Attorney Camila Moore, and all those great paralegals and investigators and activists. All the people who are encouraging people to call and give us information so we can get to the truth of what happened to Nolan Wales. We want to thank you all. It matters. It matters. We're on a ferocious search for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. And so it is very important that you all understand our legal team. And we have these great co-counsels, but Reverend Al, we're all co-counsels. Anybody who's seeking the truth for what happened to Nolan Wales, I want you all to know that you all are our co-counsels. Amen? Y'all all our co-counsels. And on this legal team, we stand for truth, no matter who it implicates or exonerates. We stand for justice, no matter who it convicts or who it acquits. We stand for transparency, because we don't need law enforcement to narrate, because we want transparency, because we can see. We don't need them to tell us what they think. And that's why we need all of you to encourage people who were on Horn Island on July 4th. If you took a picture, if you have a video, if you have Snapchat, if you have anything, we are pleading on behalf of Elmo, and especially on behalf of Christine. As she said, any parent would want the answers as to what happened to their child. They went out on the boat came back, and Nolan washed up on the shore 2 days later dead. Wouldn't you want answers? Wouldn't you want transparency? Wouldn't you want the truth? When you want justice? I mean, is that so much to ask? I think so much about Reverend Al and all these cases where we champion the cause for justice, whether it was any number of young people. I think about Trayvon Martin. I think about Michael Brown. I think about Breonna Taylor. I think about Botham Jean. I think about Stephon Clark. I think about Sonia Massey. I think about so many of our children that were taken from us in highly questionable circumstances. And all the time when Reverend Al and NAACP and leaders show up to say, hold on, we want answers. We want answers because we love our children just like you love your children. Our tears are just as painful as your tears. Our pain hurts just as much as your pain. So whatever you would do for your children, if they were on that boat on Horn Island on July 4th, we want you to do it for Nolan Wells. Whatever investigation you would give for your children, we want you to do it for Nolan Wells. Whatever searches you would do on people's phones for your children, we want you to do that for Nolan Wells. Do it for Nolan Wells. Because really, if we're thinking like co-counsels, understand that Nolan Wells was the son of Christine and Elmore, but he really was all of our sons. Because if something this tragic could happen to their son, it can happen to your children. So we all have to stand up together and say we're fighting for justice for Nolan Wells because he is our son too. And they want us to be quiet. Reverend Al, Reverend Holmes, they want us, Crump, won't y'all just go ahead and, we already told you it was no foul play. What do you keep making so much noise? Well, until we get answers, until we get to truth, until we get to justice, we're going to stand up and we're going to keep ringing the justice bells for Nolan Wells. We're going to ring the justice bells for Nolan Wells here in Mississippi. We're going to ring the justice bells for Nolan Wells in the United States of America. We're going to ring the justice bells for Nolan Wells all over the world because Nolan life mattered. Nolan's 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 life mattered. Okay. Now, I was gonna. Christine, Elmo, can you all come up with us one last time? Y'all understand, really, we work with so many families. The reason we all got to stand on our feet and say Nolan life mattered, because as Reverend Al said, at some point, the cameras are going to go away, the crowds are going to go away, the government investigation going to go away, and they're going to feel so alone, as if nobody cared, that nobody felt Nolan's life mattered. So I want you to stand to your feet and let them know that Nolan life matters. Nolan life matters. Nolan life matters. Nolan's 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 life matters.
Let me say to Christine and Elmo, before we do the prayer of committal and escort the family out, I just got a text, Christine and Elmo, you know that Tyler Perry said he would pay for the funeral. He must be watching because he said, I'm gonna match you and put up $50,000 more.
ICE was arresting 3,000 aliens a day last year. No, not once. Not a single time did we arrest 3,000 aliens. And now they're saying we're arresting 2,000. We're hitting about 2,000 pretty steadily. Like I said this weekend, I looked at the data, arrests are up about 40% over the same time period that we've been funded. Now, I've been frank from the beginning, numbers were down for a few months because the department was shut down. Of course, numbers are going to go down when targeting less and officers, less overtime and all those other reasons. When you shut, the government down, there's going to be less due. So, and I was very honest from day one. The numbers were down 12 to 16%, but now the numbers are trailing up 40% because we are fully funded. I thought they're doing their job, but I'm really tired of the false narratives going out there about what this administration is doing. The numbers are up. Last month, June, highest numbers of arrests in the history of the agency.
How many?
Then I see people say, wow, you're combining CBP numbers or Coast Guard. No, I didn't. The numbers I quoted this weekend were ICE numbers. So I wish people would do a little bit of research before they start attacking this administration, what we're doing right now. Our numbers are higher than ever been. And I'm sick and tired of people saying we're not doing enough. That's an insult to every ICE agent that's strapping up every day, working 6 and 7 days a week to get this done. It's an insult. These men and women are acting professionally. They're out there making record numbers, and people want to question numbers. I guess that's your right, but let's compare facts.
I just have a question about the difference in the management style of those.
Me and Mark Wayne want to get along well, and he cares about the mission. We serve different roles. ICE and CBP reports to Mark Wayne Mullen. I'm here. I help Stephen Miller. We develop strategies that send down to the programs for implementation. So we got different roles, but I think Mark Wayne Mullen's doing a good job.
Sir, should the FBI investigate these ICE agents if they confront people? That is what the New York Times is saying. That's what their reporting is. They have something that 550 people had charges brought against them for assaulting federal officers. Of the more than 400 cases that were resolved, nearly half had unraveled.
You know what's going to help though? The body cameras. They didn't have body cameras. A lot of these confrontations happen. Again, I think body cameras are going to help. Look, I'm not going to comment on these investigations.
So that's the answer, not FBI investigating it, is what you're saying.
As far as I know, there's been no change in policy. The FBI and DHS just responded to that story and didn't agree with it. Again, I'm not in the loop on that. I can just tell you from my experience, FBI has always been involved in shooting investigations. HSI, they're the criminal investigation part of ICE. They do the majority investigations in 111, which is assault and impeding an officer.
How are training procedures changing? You talked about training the trainers. How are those training procedures changing? And
they're not changing. The trainers for the cameras. How do you operate the camera? What's the requirements? When do you turn it on? When do you turn it off? How quick do you need to store the data? How long is the data being stored? So there's a lot of work into this, and training the trainers. Once they get fully trained, they go to the field office with the equipment, and they implement and deploy it and tell people, here's how you use it and here's how you control it.
So what's the timeline then for every immigration agent to have a body camera?
As soon as possible, if that my way.
So you're satisfied with the training right now of ICE agents? Nothing needs to be improved.
There's always room for improvement. That's a loaded question. There's always room for improvement. Things change all the time. FBI updates their training. DEA updates their training. Every police department updates their training. Because ICE used to, look, you can never be overtrained. I wish there was more training.
I think American people want the answer of when every ICE agent will be wearing a body camera. I know you said as soon as possible, but is there a timeline floating around within?
That's a question for ICE. I know they got the deployment schedule, and I know they got the equipment. That's a question for ICE. I'm not in the weeds that deep.
When will they be required to turn on their cameras? At all times during a traffic stop?
Yeah. Yes.
And what's the consequence if they don't?
More about the quantity of ICE agents over the quality of the agents?
Say that again?
Is this administration more concerned about the number, the quantity of ICE administrations that it deploys over the quality?
I can't speak for everybody in administration, but quality agents are very important. So it should be all. You won't give somebody a badge and gun; they need to be the best they can be.
So are there going to be reevaluations of the hiring?
That's a question for ICE.
Is there any other procedure or protocol on the ground changing? Stops.
There's already, the director of ICE decided that there needs to be at least one body camera on the scene. And again, I'm a big supporter of the body cameras. And as more body camera kits out there, they all have them.
That's the only change.
But let's be clear, you know, you can attack the men and women at ICE all you want. It comes down to one simple fact. These people fail to comply with law enforcement. Even some of the major chiefs in this country who don't necessarily agree with this administration says you always comply with law enforcement. But the hateful rhetoric that ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. I see these signs that were resist. ICE are the, you know, let's abolish them, they're fascists. When you keep that hateful rhetoric up for a year and a half, there's going to be that percentage of that left population that it's going to be emboldened to take action because they're not a real law enforcement agency. I should resist them. All they had to do is simply comply with law enforcement. If you don't like what law enforcement did to you, then go to the courts, sue, call the ACLU, do whatever you want to do. But you should always comply with law enforcement. If they did, they'd be alive today. Now, I'm not going to comment on the investigation itself. We'll wait for it to play out. This is about complying with law enforcement, and a lot of the negative, hateful. And I said this a year ago: if a hateful rhetoric doesn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And unfortunately, I was right. And I'll tell you something else: it's not over yet. Unless they keep attacking and miscommunicating what ICE does every day, calling them Nazis and comparing ICE to the Nazi regime. Are you kidding me? And I'm not saying the whole country's convinced, but there's going to be that population that's just going to embolden to do something stupid. And I'm afraid that we're going to bury an ICE agent. I'm afraid I'm going to hand another folded flag to a spouse or a child of an ICE agent for simply doing his job. And for any member of Congress to keep attacking ICE and calling them fascists and Nazis, I said it 1,000 times. If they're a Nazi for enforcing the law, what's that make them? They wrote the law. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws they wrote, and that they appropriate us money to enforce. Now, I'll say it once again: if ICE agents acted improperly or illegal, they'll be held accountable, just like they were held accountable in Minnesota. Everybody, you know, guys, ICE agents are mom and dads too. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day to do this job. And it's just not attacking the ICE agents, attacking their spouses and children, and no one knows that better than me. I can't even go get a quart of milk at a grocery store without a security detail. Why? Because I'm enforcing laws in this country. It's pathetic and it's disgusting. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Homan.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Access, meaning access restriction to frontier proprietary models, and such modalities tend to become the new normal, even if in this space we should refrain from making too affirmative forecasts. The thing is, as it is often the case for high-profile, quickly evolving technological challenges, that the level of concern is at least as high as the degree of certainty we are all navigating when it comes to the actual cyber capabilities of advanced AI models, but also the modalities of AI uptake in cyber operation. As a result, any corporate or any government action can only be driven by evidence. The evidence gap we are facing is a challenge that no single country, no single organization can bridge alone. And this is why the need for cross-border, cross-sectoral, and of course multi-stakeholder cooperation is more critical than ever. This is why the Paris Peace Forum has launched earlier this month a new international initiative called INTEC, the Integrated Network for Trusted AI and Cyberspace, that aims to gather expertise across policy and technical circles spanning cyber and AI security communities, precisely to find avenues to overcome structural obstacles so that reliable evidence can emerge to inform international governance efforts on the matter. Today's discussion fits right into this endeavor, and even if we could have chosen to engage in other forums or other processes than the global mechanisms, because there are more and more initiatives in that sphere, and that's a challenge in itself, we believe that it's still much needed to address this question at the UN in general and within the global mechanism in particular, and for two main reasons. The first reason is that the vast majority of states might have felt that they were a little bit left aside from the latest debates about AI and cyber that tended to be framed either around the transatlantic relationship or around a race between the most advanced powers. But if we agree all on the premise that AI might be one of the most transformative and systemic developments in global cybersecurity and stabilities, then at some point all states should be at the table. The second reason is that, building on the OEWG achievements, the global mechanisms represents a real opportunity for states to advance on AI, on ICT capacity building, and the challenge at stake today is actually first and foremost a matter of capacity. The capacity of most states to see the AI-driven cyber threat landscape as it evolves, and the capacity to bolster defense accordingly, including, of course, by harnessing AI in that respect. Because let's not forget that AI holds an incredible potential in improving cybersecurity and cyber defense. And the key question I will invite you to reflect on as part of today's discussion is precisely how can we collectively progress towards a fair global benefit sharing of AI in cybersecurity. And to kick off the discussion, I will first give the floor to Mrs. Clara Chapaz, Ambassador of France for Digital Affairs and Artificial Intelligence, so for some introductory remarks. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for helping us organizing this event. We're very glad to see how many people we have in the room, and also, most importantly, not only people from different states and stakeholders, but also from the private industry. So thank you for all the friends that joined today, because we strongly believe that's something we should only look at with multiple stakeholders looking at the same problem. I mean, you've started saying that when you worked on that topic a few years ago, it was quite niche. I think there's probably not a single international event now that doesn't talk about AI. So there's been some progress made on that front, and obviously a lot of that is thanks to a lot of people in this room. And it's very important for France to be able to have this meeting in a moment where AI is basically reshaping everything: access to education, to information, to health, to science. The transformation we're living is probably so unprecedented for the scale and the speed at which it's addressing our world, and obviously as well when it comes to national security and cyber security. And so to us it was very obvious to take the occasion to have so many people gathered here in the UN to have this type of discussion ahead of the Paris Peace Forum, which will obviously continue in that direction in just a few months back in Paris. We know that this technological revolution is completely reshaping how strategic balances and forces are playing in the world we're knowing. And in a moment where we're seeing so much fragmentation, conflicts happening both physically and in the cyber world, we do believe that cooperation is where we should unite when it comes to addressing those challenges. We're confronted, as everyone knows in this room, to a growing asymmetry, especially with AI, between all the states, but also between offense and defense. And we think it's key to understand, to respond to those challenges together, collectively. And to this end, we think that strengthening everyone's capability can only be the way to more globally cooperate on those issues. What we want to focus on today, and we'll hear from everyone in the room in a minute, is first the assessment that we've seen. I mean, everyone has seen this news, but in a world where AI can basically power our hospital, our education system, national security agenda, defense system, but in this world where it can also be a world where AI systems can be switched off from 1 hour to the other, on unilateral decision sometimes, we basically have to face a reality, which is that it has become both an infrastructure of progress, but progress is only sustainable for those who can control this infrastructure, is only stable for those who can control this infrastructure. And so people who are only accessing it are taking huge, immense risk when it comes to stability. Two, the answers that we think we must bring to it is basically how to build a path for ourselves. A third way where France has been really pushing for quite a long time. We hosted, for those of you who are here, the AI Action Summit back in February 2025, where the President Emmanuel Macron basically gave, international resonance to this movement to say that only through international cooperation states will be able to build their own sovereignty. And that when we're confronted with such a technology, we basically need to address it internationally. Also, when it comes to mitigating the risks, the response to frontier models challenge cannot be national fallback. President Macron also hosted a G7 summit because France is very proud to lead G7 this year. And in the Evian summit, we gathered leaders from G7 and beyond. We also had the immense privilege to have the company of India, Kenya, Egypt and Brazil. And during this summit, the leaders and the tech CEOs discussed together that rather than playing divide, we need to play together accordingly to address some of those challenges. We must deepen the implementation of the frameworks for responsible behavior and guarantee that the use of those technologies are not used by malicious actors. And to do that, President Macron reaffirmed his conviction that we need to build cooperation. It will help not only preserve national security, but also international stability in the cyberspace. The conclusion to this discussion and to all the work we're trying to push forward, including this discussion, when it comes to the UN here today, is that all the work we're carrying out during the global mechanism is important because it can help us move forward, deliver concrete, actionable solutions, which we need more than ever. And so we think that this discussion, as I said, is not something we can only discuss within states, but it's very important that we gather all the actors in the same room, as we did during the AI Action Summit, as we did during the G7 Evian meeting, as we're doing today. Only by mixing expertise, point of views, and getting everyone in the same room, it's how we can basically address some of the challenges we're facing. So it's the meaning of the event we're holding today. Thank you again to the Paris Peace Forum for bringing us together, and for all the participants who've taken a bit of their precious time to come with us in the UN today. Thank you for all the work you're going to present to us, and please count on our support.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And to frame the discussion, we will have selected initial contributions from from 4 persons that I would like to thank for their presence today. Jim Reeves, the CEO of the Cloud Security Alliance, Sitiraj Ponraj, the Director for International Cyber Policy at the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, Giacomo Persi Paoli, the head of the Security and Technology Program at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, and last but not least, Yassil Janit, who is head of Machine Learning and Society at Hugging Face. And I would like maybe to start with you, Jim, to maybe brief the audience on the current state of play when it comes to what we call the iCyber Nexus. The Cloud Security Alliance, which is one of the largest alliance actually of practitioners from cyber.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
So that is creating this sort of scalability and this capability, both for good and for bad, that we have to address. So there's 3 very big moments that happened this year. First, there was the OpenClaw sort of moment where people started to just install agents to do a lot of things and take over their computers. The second big one was the Mythos release in April, where this model was released that showed this incredible capability to be able to find vulnerabilities in any type of software, open source, closed source, doesn't matter. It can find it quickly. And this notion
need to know, and what teachers need to know as they get ready for the school year.
This can be a huge difference for them when they are purchasing supplies to get ready for the school year. School supplies are not inexpensive, and especially when you think about some of those items are consumables and you're going to have to replace them every month or every semester. So the fact that Florida does this for an entire month is just a huge advantage to families as they prepare to go back to school.
And what's the impact also on teachers? Because a lot of times, I mean, they're getting stuff on their own. They're just going out of their way to buy things for their students, right?
Absolutely. So we know that teachers on average spend about $800 a year out of their own pocket to provide school supplies for the students in their class. And teachers, we believe, just are not paid enough as it is. And so that can be a huge burden to them to try to afford that in addition to their own needs and necessities. So that's exactly why we started our Teaching Tools Resource Center at the Hillsborough Education Foundation, so that teachers can come to our facility and they can shop for free. And every time they come shop with us, they get about $400 worth of school supplies and resources that they then provide to the students in their classroom who are in need.
Well, that's great. And what's been the teacher's reaction to getting that kind of assistance?
I mean, usually the first time a teacher comes to our store, they are just blown away that it's free and they get to walk out the doors with all of these crayons and pencils and backpacks. So especially for a first-time teacher, it is a little overwhelming. But we allow teachers in Hillsborough County to come shop with us 4 times a year just to make sure that they have whatever they need, because we believe that every student deserves to have those needs so that they can be fully engaged in learning. And teachers are sometimes the best person who knows exactly what each student needs.
So let's go through what some of the items are that are available, for this back-to-school tax holiday. What are some of the supplies? Where can people find their biggest savings?
Honestly, I think you can find if you're looking to stock up on supplies for your family, please take advantage of backpacks. Backpacks tend to be one of the biggest ticket items. Those can be anywhere from $20 to $50, $60. So if you need a backpack, now is definitely a great time to get that. In our Teaching Tools Resource Center, we provide teachers with all kinds of basics throughout the year. So we're open July through May of every year for Hillsborough County public school teachers. And teachers can find backpacks, notebooks, pencils, crayons, folders, and then general office supplies. Since we know they're going to go through a lot of whiteboard markers and Clorox wipes and things like that. So we have all kinds of things for teachers in our store.
Yeah, you kind of beat me to my next question, which was, from your experience working with teachers, what are some of the items that often run short during the school year?
Yeah. Honestly, I think copy paper is one of those things that we take for granted working in an office, but teachers are going through so much paper, and so that's always a big requested item. And then anything that's consumable, pencils, crayons, erasers. Kids lose a lot of those things, and so they definitely need a lot of them throughout the year, and they want to make sure that kids have what they need at home too. So a lot of times teachers will give them some of those items to take home to make sure that they can do their homework and participate in assignments.
Yeah, and I know a lot of parents are often waiting for that school supply list to come out. Is it a good idea to maybe just start the shopping now while this holiday is going on, or are there some basics that maybe they can get out of the way while they wait that they're probably going to need anyway?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would stick with the basics for sure that you're going to need, like a backpack, pencils, paper, markers, things like that. If you haven't gotten your supply list yet, it could be a good idea to reach out to your school to see if they can provide you any insights, but definitely take advantage. Thankfully, the sales tax holiday runs until August 20th, so you have some time. But definitely take advantage of that while that's here, because again, it's a huge cost savings to families, and we know that saving every little bit that you can really helps.
Yeah, what are also some programs that are available, maybe outside of when the tax holiday is over with, that are available for students and teachers who need a little extra financial assistance?
Sure. Well, the Hillsborough Education Foundation, our Teaching Tools Resource Store is open, like I said, school year round to support teachers who then support the students at their school. We also support teachers through classroom enrichment grants, and so teachers can apply for mini grants with us, anywhere from a couple $100 to $2,500, so that they can implement an enriching activity at their school site. So we help fund lots of school gardens, field trips, STEM activities, anything that gives students that kind of hands-on learning experience. So we provided over $220,000 worth of mini grants last year, and we hope to do that again in the upcoming year. And then for students who are in need of supplies, please, please, please talk to your school, talk to your teacher, let them know what you need. Often they can provide that for you, or they can give us a call and we can help.
Yeah, I know there are schools that, my kid's school, for example, they do often hold drives at the beginning of or throughout the year, on and off. They'll just ask for some supplies to pass along to classrooms and to teachers and kids. How important is that to keep that in the back of people's minds as we go through the school year once it starts back up?
so important. As we run that free teacher store, we rely on those school supply drives at the beginning of the year to help stock the store and keep it running throughout the school year. And so we have partnered with the Pinellas Education Foundation and launched our Tampa Bay School Supply Drive. And so we're covering both sides of the bay. And we're both accepting donations to help stock our stores, to keep teachers and students stocked throughout the school year. And so that's a great way to help contribute to that. Take advantage of the tax-free holiday. Even if you don't have little ones at home, every little donation makes a really big difference to prepare students with those classroom essentials to make sure that they walk into school confident, prepared, and ready to learn.
Yeah, you know, we talk about just making sure kids can focus on learning. How important is it so that they don't have to worry about whether they have the right supplies, enough pencils, crayons, that kind of thing, to make sure that they can keep their minds focused on the education, on the things happening in front of them in the classroom?
Yeah, I mean, think about being a young student, second grader, third grader, and not having a folder, not having a backpack while you go into school and your classmates do, and how that might make that student feel like they don't belong and they don't have the right supplies. And that's a feeling that we don't want any student to ever feel. And so we want to make sure that every student is solely focused on their education and learning, and that's not even something they have to worry about. And so programs like ours, like the Teaching Tools Resource Center, other school supply drives going on across the Bay are just so important to make sure that students have what they need. Across Pinellas and Hillsborough County, there's over 200,000 students who are considered economically disadvantaged. So school supply drives like ours helps address a very real need for local families. So every donated item helps remove a barrier to learning. And so we really rely on the community to help us fulfill that mission.
Wow, those are some incredible numbers. Well, let's just, real quick, let's talk about the excitement that builds, you know, as we now barrel toward the end of summer here. What's going through your mind and the minds of teachers now as we, you know, approach the finish line here of the summer and the start for the school year?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm sure there's a lot of different emotions and feelings going on. I know a lot of families and students. We were at an event just this weekend, and so many students told me how excited they were to go back to school, to see their friends and their teachers again. I'm sure teachers are eager to get back into the classroom, maybe a little sad that summer break is coming to a close, trying to take advantage of the last few weeks here. For us, we are already kind of shifted into the mindset of the school year. So we're preparing. Our store opens for teachers starting tomorrow. And so we're busy getting ready for that. We want to make sure that teachers can have an opportunity to come shop before they go back to their school campuses. But this is a really busy time for us, just making sure that we're ready to hit the ground running and help as many students and teachers as we can.
All right, Anna Corman, President, CEO of the Hillsborough Education Foundation. Thanks so much for joining us and getting everybody ready with what they need to know for the back-to-school tax holiday. Anna, thanks so much.
Of course, thank you.
All right, imagine waking up and checking your security camera, then discovering that in your pool. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to a couple in Venice, Florida, when an unexpected visitor crashed through their screen enclosure and decided to cool off in the water of their pool. The encounter was caught on camera and is serving as an important reminder for Floridians to always stay alert during alligator season, especially this time of year when they're nesting. Giancarlo and Sarah Levrio joined us this morning to tell us all about their experience.
I was up first that morning and just walked out into the kitchen as I normally would do. And I glanced out at the pool in the lanai and I saw a dark shadow, and to be honest, I didn't think much of it really. I continued getting things ready for the morning. Our daughter goes to daycare, so I have all of that to do. And it kind of clicked a little bit later once the sun was a bit out. I needed to check on that shadow one more time. You know, what was it that I was seeing? And sure enough, I looked out and saw the alligator. My husband was actually still getting ready in the bathroom, and I went in and I said, "We have a problem. You need to come now." And I think his first thought was, "Is everything okay with our daughter?" Turns out it was. And I pointed out to the lanai and I said, "That's the problem." And it was the very large alligator in our swimming pool.
Wow. What was your reaction when you saw that?
I started laughing. for not being Floridians, we have heard stories that you just expect, weird stuff like an alligator in your pool and animals and all that kind of stuff, but never to actually see one that big.
So then what did you do next? You didn't try to go out there and do anything to it yourselves. What did you do?
No. I don't have floaties enough to go in and try to do anything with it. So I made a phone call to a friend of mine who's lived here, John. He's the guy that you call that knows people or has known somebody that's experienced it. And he's like, this is the first time for me, man. He's like, you need to call, Florida Wildlife, and they'll come out and manage it. And did a non-emergent 911 call. 2 Venice police officers showed up. They babysat it while we were waiting for the trapper to get here. And at that point, they came in. There were 2 police officers, the trapper, and our landscaping group in our community were there. So it was 5 of them to safely remove this alligator from the pool.
When you saw the damage that this alligator had done to your screen enclosure, what kind of surprise did that bring you?
For being just a small hole, as big as that alligator was, I was very surprised. The screen was probably cut maybe 18 inches across, so it wasn't a giant hole. I wouldn't have thought anything different had the alligator not been in the pool.
All right, so you had just said at the beginning of our discussion here that you're not from Florida. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Pennsylvania and she's from Michigan, but we've traveled around with my work throughout the U.S.
So those are areas where you're not dealing with alligators at all, unless you're going to probably a zoo or an aquarium there. So was this your first real kind of run-in with an alligator?
Yeah.
Yeah, outside you see them on the side of the road, or we have a large lake in our community, so you see them laying on the side, but never that close.
Did the gators seem at all aggressive, or did it appear just more interested in finding some place to cool off? I guess just in your non-expert opinion.
Yeah, it just kind of hung out. Like, it didn't get close to the edge when we would go out, when the police got there. I think it was more afraid of us than we were of it. But it didn't really come at us, didn't snap until it got out of the pool.
Now that you've had time to process this, I mean, are you able to laugh about it? Is it still shocking? What do you think?
Oh, that's all we've done is laugh about it. It's been one of those, if it's going to happen to somebody, we're glad that we could get a good story and a laugh out of it.
Yeah, what have your friends and family? I imagine they're probably from the areas you guys are from. So what have they been saying?
They don't believe it. Everyone thinks it's AI, that we're making stuff up, and then we start sending them news articles, and they're like, oh, it is real. Like, you weren't joking around.
Yeah, take us through what the FWC, when they got there, what was that like? Did you watch them try to, wrangle it in and trap it?
Yeah, I actually had sent a video and took a video of it, but the approved trapper came in. I think from the time he got there till the time the alligator was out, it couldn't have been any more than 5 minutes. He got it with his whatever he was using to pull it out, and they pulled, and it came right out the back side of the pool and out through the lanai door. So it was very efficient and very quick. He had it out to his truck and subdued to where it was safely transported out of the area.
Did the experts give you any kind of advice on what you can do to try to, I guess, limit or reduce the chances of having something like this happen that maybe you could share with our viewers?
The best thing they told us to do was make sure that you're looking out. It's nesting season, so make sure your doors are shut. Make sure we don't have any small animals. You're doing that quick check, and at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning when we're usually up. That's usually a lot harder for us because it's still pretty dark in our lanai.
Yeah, exactly. When you watch that video game, when you go back and look at that, can you believe this even happened to you in your backyard? I guess it's Florida; anything's possible. But I mean, what do you think?
No, No, it's when you first see it, you're like, oh, it's probably 5 or 6 feet. The police get there like, it's probably pushing 8. Trevor gets there, he's like, if that's not 10, I'll be surprised. So it went from, a fish story of, oh, it's a 5-foot alligator to this thing's pretty large.
Yeah, I mean, 10 feet is a very big alligator. Again, I am not an expert, but we've done stories on gators like this that end up in people's homes or backyards or causing a disturbance. And 10 feet is a big alligator. So, I guess when you're telling your friends and family, what's the story going to be in the years ahead?
I don't think we have to exaggerate this one. 9.5 feet is a big alligator.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, I appreciate you guys coming on here, and I know you were on our Good Day show this morning as well. So thank you so much for joining us and taking us through this experience. Anything else you want to share with our viewers?
Just check your pool before you go to get in it. That's the best advice we can give to anybody.
Yeah, great advice, right? That's the last thing you want to see, I think, when you go out there and try to get in the water is a big gator in the pool. All right, well, we just want to remind you, today is the deadline to register to vote in the Florida primary. The primary is on August 18th, and we have a voter guide in the Fox local app with everything you need to know about the primaries in your area, all the details about the upcoming election, so definitely check that out. That's going to do it for us on the Plus. The news is always online, and it's always on the Fox local app. Marlisa Goldsmith, is up next on Florida Live. Thanks for joining us.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Proceeding, but the extradition process hasn't begun. Where are we now just legally, clarity-wise?
So yeah, this is not a criminal proceeding, and what the judge was talking about is that the Bail Reform Act isn't the operative law here. We're looking at the extradition process. This is the first small step in that process. There's a lawyers-only conference coming up in a few days. Our legal team will talk to the government will talk to our team, we'll converse with the judge, we'll set a briefing schedule for substantive arguments to be made at some point in the future.
You also posted on X about solitary confinement. Can you touch on that?
Yeah, solitary confinement is torture. When you look at the international law on it, the Nelson Mandela rules, the Geneva Conventions, solitary confinement is outlawed, prolonged solitary in 16 different states. It is defined as captivity of a human being for 22 hours or more a day in a cell. Prolonged solitary confinement is universally condemned around the world as universal as torture, as a human rights violation. So anytime you keep somebody in solitary confinement, what you're doing is you're keeping them there to break their spirit, to break their soul, and to break the psychology of the mind. It is an egregious misuse of the judicial system. And by the way, Andrew and Tristan have not been convicted of any crime. The Fifth Amendment of the United States protects them. It's not the standard of cruel and unusual punishment that the Eighth Amendment gives. It is the Fifth Amendment person. No innocent person can be punished while they're being held for any proceeding. Innocent and proven guilty, solitary confinement is punishment. It should not happen. My understanding is we're working to get them out of there as soon as possible. But if they're left in there for reasons that we won't be able to talk about right now, I'll be sure to let you know in my Twitter post. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you all. God bless Andrew and Tristan Tate. Have a fantastic day. We'll see you in a few weeks.
Again, those were the attorneys representing the Tate brothers who were just arrested over the weekend down in Miami, facing some serious charges. We'll be following updates that come out of that. Again, their first appearance in federal court this afternoon. We'll be following those developments closely. In the meantime, we want to head on over to Brevard County, where we find our reporter Esther Bauer, who is joining us to talk about a moon mission lander that was canceled by NASA this afternoon. I'll go ahead and bring her in. Hi there, Esther. So good to see you.
To land on the moon, to walk on the moon. The goal is now to build out this base where they would have rovers, landers, just a lot of tech on the surface of the moon doing continual research. So we were supposed to see this $73 million contract launch back in 2025. Now we're being told NASA and the private company have decided to part ways because the mission just did not do what it was supposed to do. We're now a year after when it was supposed to launch, and we're not seeing the progress made that needed to happen in order to get the lander to where it needed to be. So as we said, this was a $73 million contract, and what we're working to actually track down is, will NASA see any of that money coming back? Are they able to recoup those funds? And also, how much of the $73 million was already paid out from 2022 until 2026? We're really being told that the company just faced some problems. They were trying to get this to launch last year, but as we know, and as we've heard from our space sources, going to the moon is very hard. Building this tech, a lot of startup companies might think on paper they can do it, but then when they start actually building it out and seeing how challenging it is, you can hit roadblock, setback, and that's where you get for years, behind schedule. And NASA and this private company ultimately saying we're not to the place that we need to be, so we just need to cut things now, not sign any additional checks, and kind of start from scratch. So we haven't heard back yet on if NASA will see any of the money back, or how much they've actually paid out. So still working to track down those details, but definitely something the agency will be grappling with going forward, canceling this $73 million and seeing what's next for the lander.
Absolutely. So, Esther, I know you mentioned those sources. Talk to me a little bit about what they're saying. What have the sources been saying to you?
Well, the space sources that we spoke with are ultimately saying this was the right move because you can't keep throwing good money at bad setbacks or at projects that are never going to manifest. So they're thankful to see that this was actually stalled now, but they're also saying in future missions, NASA needs to take a more hands-on kind of view with these private companies. So they can't just sign checks and then just hope and wait 3-4 years down the road that they're going to see what they signed a check for actually built. So going forward, NASA should be putting their team inside these private companies' team to really be tracking, hey, how are things going? Have we hit this milestone? If we didn't, how can we get there? So NASA taking a more of this hands-on view to try and prevent this from happening in the future, because these are our dollars. This is tax dollars that goes to fund these. And so you really don't want to see missions start and then stall and end before they ever finish.
Uh-oh, Esther, can you hear me? I'm afraid I didn't have my microphone up there. What I asked was, what comes next now, Esther, and about how long do you expect we have to wait for the next step?
Well, NASA has actually been already giving out new money, and some new companies have already received the contracts to build moon landers. So we are still seeing work going forward. It's too soon to say, though, what NASA is going to do with this specific moon lander that is now being stalled. Some of the sources we've been speaking with say NASA will try to harvest what they can. If any of what they've made works, maybe they can repurpose it on a different mission. Maybe this new company could come in and kind of take things over. So a bit too soon to say what exactly is going to happen with this specific hardware and what they've built, but NASA is not slowing down when it comes to this moon base. They're still giving out money. They're still choosing new companies to build tools. So definitely moving forward on that front, but still trying to see what happens with this project that just didn't meet the mark.
Yeah, I hear you, Esther. So it sounds like this isn't stopping anything, right? But did it seem like anyone was disappointed that this happened?
Oh, definitely. Because, I mean, you think about the workforce that has now spent 4 years from 2022 to 2026, and really they don't have a lot to show for what they were trying to build. And I think anyone that gets involved in being part of these moon-based programs is you want to see your technology reach that goal. You want to see your lander on the moon. You want to see that seems like this dream actually come to life. So definitely for the workforce, they are going to be sad that the mission has now been cut. And then obviously for the space sources we've been speaking with, we're in a race to get back to the moon. China is also trying to get to the moon. They want to land their crews on the moon before we do. And what we're being told is this race that we're in right now, the space race, it's not going to be, oh, well, one country is going to win and it's going to be years before the next country comes. It could be a matter of months. We could see one country land and then the other country trailing behind within months. So as far as the space race, it is just ramping up. So whenever you see a moon mission canceled, stalled, facing setbacks, that plays into the entire program. And there is a growing threat that the United States could fall behind and we could see China reach the moon with crew first. So that's something big picture down the road that this setback will play on.
Absolutely. Esther, thank you so much for the update there. We certainly appreciate you as always.
We'll keep you posted.
I know you will. Esther, thanks so much again out on Brevard County, giving us that update on NASA canceling the moon mission lander. Listen, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go too far, because coming up right after the break, we're going to be joining our senior content producer from Fox 13, Nancy Gay, and she will have our Tampa connection. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Florida Live. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer here on this Monday. Thanks for being here with us. Listen, it is now 2:13. We want to get out to Tampa to check in with Nancy Gay because it is time for our Tampa Connection. Let me see if I can pull up Nancy here. There she is. Hi there, Nancy.
Hi, Marlisa. How's it going today?
Pretty good. Not too bad for a Monday. There's a lot to complain about, but I'm not complaining on this Monday.
There you go. That's always how it goes on Mondays.
Absolutely. Yeah, not too bad. Not raining just yet here on our end. But let us know what you're working on. You have a few stories that you have queued up for us today. The first one involving former scouts fighting to save more than 600 acres of land. Tell me about this.
Yeah, so this is something that a lot of people in this area are clicking on, and it involves the Sand Hill Recreation Area, which is up in Brooksville. And so for generations, this particular area of land was used for hiking, camping, and other types of scouting activities. But a rezoning application that's actually currently under review would change about 604 acres of the 13-acre property. And that's why scouts and a group called Save Sand Hill Recreation are fighting to try to save it. So the former scouts as well as this group say that they attended a recent meeting because they got a letter in the mail saying that about 52 acres were possibly about to change. And when they showed up to this meeting, they said that they were shocked to learn that the proposal actually involved more than 600 acres. Now, if approved, the land would be rezoned from recreational use to a planned development district. Now, it has not yet been announced what would ultimately be built on this property, but this proposal comes about a year after Scouting America approved the sale of 51 acres at the northwest corner of the reservation to the Withlacoochee Electric Cooperative. Sand Hill Scout Reservation was originally donated to the Scouts in 1978 by former landowner Larry Dipolder, and according to the former Scouts, Dipolder's will stated that if the organization no longer wanted this property, it should become a county park. However, supporters say a discrepancy between the wording of the will and the property's deed later gave the Scouts the legal ability to sell the land. Former Eagle Scout Travis Johnston calls the reservation a diamond in the rough, saying losing nearly half the property would be disheartening. Johnston and other opponents argue that residents deserve more transparency about the proposal and worry continued land sales could permanently change the camp's future. The rezoning application will first be reviewed by the state before going before the Hernando County Commission for a final vote. Now, we did reach out to Scouting America Greater Tampa Bay Area Council as well as Coastal Engineering for comment, but so far, Marlisa, we have not heard back yet.
Got it, Nancy. Okay, so tell me about this second story you've been working on, a developer buying West Shore Plaza for $135 million.
Yeah, this is also a big talker in the community because West Shore Plaza has been there for 57 years. And something we're seeing a lot in the Tampa area are these mixed-use development properties going up. And that's what this new developer has planned for West Shore Plaza. But it's not just West Shore Plaza. It's also being planned at Britton Plaza as well as Stetson University. These developers are looking to create modern mixed-use communities. So Third Lake Partners purchased West Shore Plaza for that $135 million after a previous buyer walked away from the deal. And court records show that the deed was officially filed last week. The sale comes after Tampa City Council approved mixed-use redevelopment plans for the property last year under that previous developer. Now, a local real estate developer who keeps an office inside the mall says tenants are already leaving as stores close at a ratio of about 5-to-1. And further south on Dale Mabry, tenants are also moving out of the 30-acre Britton Plaza shopping center. And meanwhile, Stetson University announced a new partnership with Bromley Companies, which is the developer behind Midtown Tampa. And together they plan to build a new law center, hotel, office space, retail shops, and residential units at Stetson's Tampa Heights campus near Waterworks Park. University officials say the location opened up new opportunities after the 2nd District Court of Appeals relocated to a new venue. So far, officials have not confirmed a timeline for when demolition demolition or new construction will begin at West Shore Plaza, Britton Plaza, or Stetson University. Third Lake Partners has not yet commented on the specific development timeline or layout plans. It also remains unclear how many current tenants will relocate or how much longer the remaining stores will stay open inside West Shore Plaza. Marlisa?
Very, very interesting, Nancy. Okay, so listen, this next story, I feel like this is one of those stories that people always say, now there is no way that you didn't know that that was the case. So this is a story about a Rhode Island woman who claimed she didn't know that she was pregnant and gave birth unexpectedly before boarding a cruise in Tampa. Nancy, I have got to hear the details about this.
Yes, this is actually one of my favorite stories that we have online at the moment. So this Rhode Island couple, they were down in Tampa. They decided to visit some friends before boarding that cruise out of the port. And while they were visiting these friends, the woman just began experiencing horrible abdominal pain. So she was rushed to the emergency room, and that's where they told her that she was in active labor. And keep in mind that neither she nor her husband had any idea that she was pregnant. The couple says that they were using birth control, so this came as a total shock. So just hours after arriving at the emergency room, she gave birth to a baby boy. They did name this baby boy Sebastian, although a lot of family members think that the baby should be named Cruz. And instead of returning home from their vacation with souvenirs, they are going to be headed back to Rhode Island with this brand new baby boy, which perhaps is the best souvenir of all. And as they await Sebastian's official birth certificate, their grandmother has even come down to Florida to visit her surprise grandchild. You know, this is definitely one of those unusual stories, but I will say I do have one of my really good friends. Something very similar happened to her. She was about 5.5 weeks pregnant and had no idea. So it does happen. I think it does happen a little bit more often than we think, but yeah, you think like, this is crazy. How do you not know? But this couple had no idea, and she gave birth right before boarding this cruise out of Tampa.
Wow, that is unbelievable. I can't even imagine. First of all, congratulations to the family, but I can't imagine you're not expecting this. So they're down there with nothing. You have no car seat, no stroller, nothing, Nancy.
Yes, they have nothing. And when they go back up to Rhode Island, it's not like they have a nursery set up. So they're going to have to buy everything from a crib to a car seat. Like you mentioned, they can't even leave the hospital just yet because they don't have that car seat. So they are completely unprepared. And when they get back home to Rhode Island, they need to start immediately putting together that little boy's nursery.
100%. They have their work cut out for them. Wow, what a story. Yes. Nancy, thanks so much for bringing us our Tampa connection on this Monday. Always good to see you.
Always good to see you as well. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Listen, you know, it is the afternoon time here in Central Florida, which means I'm kind of looking out of our front doors here in our Lake Mary studios, and it is gray right on cue for the afternoon showers, which we always expect. I want to go ahead and bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren. Good afternoon. Happy Monday to you, Noah.
How are you?
Well, my hair's on fire, but I'm here.
How's it going, Mark?
It's going swell. Oh, look, I didn't even pull up the right camera. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, Noah.
Just what you were waiting all 2 o'clock hour for is the weather park.
Absolutely.
Yeah. How's it going?
It's going pretty well, not too bad. Now, listen, we got to talk about these tropics because when we left Friday, I mean, Luann and I seemed to be a little bit on edge about what could happen with the tropics. So fill us in. Where are we now?
Well, the good news for you and Luann is that we don't have much to be on edge on anymore.
Thank goodness.
Yes, and I'll have to tell Luann when she comes in here in a few minutes that we are good. We are in the clear. No more worries. No more worries in the tropics. It's just business as usual from this point forward in Central Florida. Now, we do have some downpours out there right now, but most of the rain today is going to be just run-of-the-mill showers and storms. In fact, it doesn't even look like anything that strong or severe, but we do have a good helping of downpours out there. But I want to start you with the latest track from the National Hurricane Center. First of all, the Hurricane Center track here over the next couple of days brings the system up towards Louisiana and then over towards the upper Gulf Coast. And that's going to continue to be a big worry for southern Louisiana, on over towards South Texas. And the National Hurricane Center says it's going to gradually become a tropical storm. As of right now, it's still a depression. We're expecting it to become a tropical storm here over the next couple of days. And there you can see the track right now. So a couple of things about this. It's a depression right now. We're expecting it to become a storm tomorrow. Remember, depressions don't get named. We will see probably Tropical Storm Bertha as soon as this evening or tomorrow morning. Then from there, it's going to probably pass just to the south of New Orleans, probably Wednesday. Then from there, the remnants or whatever goes towards Houston. Now, remember when you look at this cone, the cone tells you where the center may go, not the extent of the impact. So what I mean by that is I'm going to draw on here and walk you through this. The center could go up over here, or the center could go down over here. Now, two very big differences. The Hurricane Center has the center coming into southern Louisiana Wednesday night. That weakens it. See it back to a depression by Friday morning, then a remnant low going by Houston Friday and a Saturday. There's really kind of two scenarios in here. Number one, if the center of the storm stays out over water, we might be looking at a hurricane by the time it's over in here. If the center of the storm takes the northern end of the cone up here, it might completely fall apart here over southern Louisiana, and there might not even be any impact over here. So there is a big discrepancy. You can see how wide the cone is here after Thursday. I mean, the cone is 250 miles wide. Again, the cone is where the center could go, not the extent of the impact. So let me zoom it in a little bit more for you, and we're going to show you some of the towns on here. So you can see New Orleans looks like they might take that traditional big impact from the right side of the tropical storm by then, right? Well, in this case, kind of different because it's going to be battling some northerly wind shear. So what that means is that the winds are pretty hostile coming in from this way, and that the storm's going to be lopsided on its southern side, and all of the weather here will be down towards the Gulf, and that will keep all of the rain and storms over towards the water and not over land. And as we go forward over the next couple of days, we're going to continue to watch that over the next few days in the forecast. And so we're going to watch all of the rain over southern parts of Louisiana here over the next few days. All right, let me show you the satellite. We'll get back to the what's actually going on right now. And as of the 2 o'clock advisory, we're seeing winds of 35 miles an hour. It's moving to the northwest at 3. So we'll get an update from this from the Hurricane Center coming up here at 5 o'clock. So as of right now, we're seeing it right here. This is the center of the storm right there. And what happens is that the center needs to get more convection around the center, and then we'll see it start to grow here over the next couple of days. So that's going to pass like this. But look at where all of the rain and all of the wind are. All the rain and storms are on the southern side of the circulation. That means it's pretty lopsided, and all of the weather is out across the Gulf still out there right now. But we do have some rain coming in with these outer bands on the eastern side of the storm. But look on the infrared satellite, you can see it's pretty disorganized. The center is right here, and look where all the big weather is. It's out across the ocean water, well south and east of the center. So that's good news for right now, and that we'll see things stay kind of lopsided here over the next few days. So one more time, the forecast cone, and I'm going to show you the radar for right now. And notice the storm moves to the northwest, then kind of hooks a westward turn, goes towards Houston by the end part of the week. Now, Marlisa, you did bring up the radar. I'm going to show you the radar here for a minute or two. So here's the storms today. They're pushing in from south to north, and we've got some big storms in southern Brevard County, also over towards the theme park area, coming up towards DeLand and Deltona. None of these are going to be severe today, but there might be some downpours, some lightning and thunder, gusty winds as we head through the evening hours tonight. Marlisa, I think the storms will probably be done by about 5. Okay. So they should be moving on out pretty early for your evening. But the good news about the tropics is that it's not yet Bertha. It will be by tonight. It's moving away from us, as you saw. So last week on Friday, I think we had a graphic that kind of showed a Y. Like it might come across Florida or go back west. Well, the come across us path would have given us a heck of a lot more rain. So it's clearly not coming at us. It's going the other way. But if you have family or friends in Louisiana over towards Texas, a lot of rain for them this week.
Absolutely. It's that time of year, Noah.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the update. Glad that it didn't end up being what it could have been.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it is July, so a reminder.
I know. You
hurricane
always have
season
to
is
remind
early.
me. Whenever
Yes.
I go to Noah and I'm like, he's like, Marlisa, it's July. I got to hear this every day.
It was 12 degrees in February, so it won't be long until it's cold again, and then everybody will be asking for the heat back. So
See, well, here's
and
the
around
thing.
and around we go.
It's not the heat I have the problem. It's
the humidity?
It's the humidity and the rain, because it's just, with 2 kids, you're trying to juggle
I
the
hear you.
umbrella and the
I know.
one kid under one arm and dragging the other.
I don't have kids yet, but I can understand having.
Oh, I'll let you
4
borrow mine,
nephews.
Noah.
Well, I'm trying to babysit 4 at a time is a lot. So.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a
2
lot.
maybe I can do a little better. Yeah.
Yeah, you can wrangle those too. All right, Noah, we appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, listen, we're just getting started here. We have plenty of Florida Live coming up. Don't go too far. We're going to take a quick break and we'll have much more on the other side. I'll see you soon.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Happy Monday. And thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We have a lot planned for this hour. Listen, over the past weekend, if your group chat and text messages have been anything like mine, you probably have been talking about the whole lettuce situation, the cyclosporiasis situation. We have good news for you because we actually spoke with a local professor here in Florida who broke down what it means, who broke down exactly what we need to do with moving forward and what this all means with the FDA walking things back from what was originally reported. So I want to go ahead and go to play a piece of that interview for you to fill you in on the very latest. Well, I guess Where should we begin? Actually, maybe we should begin with this weekend. They announced that Taylor Farms was the, I guess, culprit for any other lack of any other words, but they were the ones responsible for this outbreak situation. Then the FDA came out and they kind of walked that back, saying that there was some sort of false positive.
Well, I think we have to look at the evidence in several different layers.
Okay.
So if you think about a court case where there's circumstantial evidence and you're hoping for DNA to really nail it down, that's what they were hoping for. And so they were testing bags of lettuce from Taylor Farms that weren't part of the original recall, and they thought they had a positive test. But these are very sensitive tests. They go through an amplification process where they take DNA and then amplify it, and at some point you get noise that outweighs the signal. But what you have to go back and look at is what was the circumstantial evidence that made them focus on Taylor Farms to start with. And that's the epidemiologic or the traceback investigations. That's very labor intensive. Public health workers all across the country have been doing it, where they call people up who have cyclospora infections and ask them, what did you eat? And because this infection takes a while to develop, you're asking people, what did you eat and where did you eat up to 2 or 3 weeks ago. When they find that there's a commonality, that people who are sick often ate the same thing or ate at the same place, then they begin to hone in on a suspected source of the infection. And that might be a certain restaurant or a certain grocery store. And then they begin looking at the attack rates between people who ate a certain food there and people who didn't eat a certain food there. So if you had a taco with the shredded lettuce and got sick, but the person who was with you had a cheese quesadilla and there was no lettuce and they didn't get sick, then that begins to be circumstantial evidence. And through thousands of interviews and thousands of pieces of data, they begin comparing these attack rates. So Taylor Farms has still recalled voluntarily the lettuce that they source from central Mexico, and they have not changed that recall. And the FDA still suspects that that is the source, or at least was the source at a point in time. But they don't have that DNA evidence, that forensic evidence that you'd love to have to just nail it down.
Interesting. So then with that being said, is this a case where it could be linked to Taylor Farms and there could be another source out there that they have just not identified yet?
That's possible. I think it's more likely that there was a contamination of a lettuce field in central Mexico that happened during a period of time. Maybe there were rains that washed sewage or septic tank overflow into a field. And then over time, the cyclospora reproduced in that field and became infectious to humans. It may not be there anymore. And it may not be that there's ongoing contamination of those fields. But out of an abundance of caution, Taylor Farms recalled all the bags of lettuce produced during that period of time. And they are no longer sourcing their lettuce from those fields in central Mexico in order to protect the American consumer.
Gotcha. Tell me, how common is cyclosporiasis? Because I can't remember the last time we've been reporting on this.
Well, there are always things going on in the background. As a public health expert, I'm constantly aware of, there is cyclospora every year, summertime more than wintertime. You'll have dozens of cases and in Florida, for example, over the course of a year. And so that's the background noise. But when you all of a sudden start seeing a bunch of cases, like in Michigan, over 1,000 cases, then you call it an outbreak and you begin looking for, is there a common source? And when that outbreak spread over multiple states in the Midwest, it began to look like something in the food distribution chain where there was a common source packaged and then distributed out to many states. That began to be the suspected source of this outbreak of cyclospora, even as there were probably some background cases of cyclospora happening around the country from other sources.
Got it. Okay, so tell me this. For people who, again, this has been the talk of my group chat over the weekend, for people who have kind of put a pause on buying lettuce or bagged lettuce or different, assorted salads, what can you tell them when it comes to just basic grocery shopping right now? One of my friends who's a doctor, she was posting on her social media saying, you don't have to stop eating vegetables, but let's just be mindful about how we're consuming them. Let's make sure we're buying vegetables that we can saute or cook. So what do you tell people who have completely altered their grocery shopping list over the past couple of weeks and they are hoping and praying that they can avoid getting this?
Well, I think some people have used it as an excuse to say that chocolate is healthier
My kids
have. But in reality, the risk is low. The suspected source for this outbreak has been pulled from the shelves. And so for that reason, most Americans are not going to be at excessive risk right now. If you want to be extra careful, buying from local sources, knowing what farm your food came from is a wonderful thing. Farm to table, locally sourced vegetables are always going to be safer. The American food supply chain is dramatically better than some food that's sourced from outside the country, even though we have some protective measures in place. So I would say, first, know where your food comes from. Second, if you have a reason where getting sick like this would be dangerous to you, if your immune system is suppressed or if you're highly vulnerable to dehydration, then you probably want to cook your vegetables and your berries for now. But otherwise, buying lettuce from locally sourced places, washing it copiously with water, those are the most protective things that you could do.
Got it. Okay, Dr. Russ, because it takes generally 1 to 2 weeks for a person to kind of feel these signs and symptoms, at this point, are we in the clear? Since Taylor Farms has voluntarily recalled or, pulling those things out of distribution, they have been pulled off the shelves. Should we be safe now?
We'd like to think so. We're not 100% certain yet. Without that DNA evidence, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? So the fact that the current bags of lettuce are coming back negative on the DNA tests is encouraging. Symptoms, of course, it takes 1 to 2 weeks to develop the symptoms, but then the symptoms can last 1 to 4 weeks. So some people are still not entirely in the clear from what they've eaten in the past, but for the most part, this outbreak should be waning. We shouldn't see new cases developing unless there is some new source that we don't know about yet. And one thing I would say is that we really need to value our public health workers here. When prevention works, the bad thing doesn't happen. And so a lot of people don't see all the work that's going on in the background to prevent any number of other bad things from happening right now. Mm-hmm. And so when we cut back in public health, when there aren't enough epidemiologists or local public health workers to do these interviews, to keep track of things that are reportable diseases, then we put the public at risk. And same thing with the food supply chain inspections. So to the extent that we need to invest in prevention, we can help keep our public safer.
Absolutely. That's a great point. Dr. Rust, we certainly appreciate you joining us today on Fox 35 News Plus, breaking this all down for us. I know for sure, I definitely feel a little more confident knowing more about what's been going on. So we appreciate you.
Very good. Thank you.
So all right, that was very informative. Good to know as we're in the midst of trying to still figure things out when it comes to that whole situation there. Listen, we still have a lot more coming up. We have some live events happening that we want to get to, and we're also talking about something that is very, very special to a lot of people's hearts. Marvel dropping the Avengers trailer. We're going to be talking about it before the hour is up, so don't you go anywhere. We'll have much more Florida Live right after this quick break. Happy Monday to you. Welcome back here to Florida Live. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer. Again, we have another 15 minutes left in the hour and still a lot to get to. I want to begin right now with Byron Donalds, who is challenging David Jolly to 3 debates ahead of the upcoming gubernatorial election. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at what he had to say.
On behalf of their children. David Jolly, he actually stands with the Democrat Party. The same Democrats that believe in high taxes, bloated government, boys and girls sports, and taking away that authority from parents and giving it to bureaucrats. This is a very different view of the future of Florida, and this view needs to be debated. This is why I'm challenging David Jolly to 3 debates, so the people of Florida can see that contrast. I think when the time comes for these debates, you're going to see my vision is one for a free Florida that puts the people of Florida first, protects the Florida dream, expands our economies, and makes sure that Florida remains #1 in all of America. I look forward to these debates, and I know the people of Florida look forward to them as well. So I'll see you out there very, very soon.
Okay, so there it was, Byron Donalds challenging David Jolly to 3 debates. And I want to see if we have Jolly's response that we're able to pull up here. He posted this on X, and in response to what Byron Donalds said, here's Jolly's response. Get through your primary and we'll talk. Very interesting. You know, politics are always full of drama. So we will be following the updates in this ahead of the election. So we'll make sure to keep you updated on all of that. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and go to a quick break. Again, we have another interview coming up before the show is over, and you are not going to want to miss that. Much more Florida Live right after this quick break.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You live here on Florida Live. Thank you for being here with us on this Monday. Oh, it has been a packed show. And of course, we want to talk about a big topic that is dear to a lot of people's hearts, at least here at Fox 35, that's for sure. All of our film fanatics are extremely excited about Marvel dropping the Avengers Doomsday official trailer today. A very exciting time for all of those people who are interested in that. And joining us now, we actually have a film critic who's joining us, Jesse Hassinger. Jesse, thank you so much for being here with us on Florida Live on this Monday afternoon.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Okay, so we have got to get to a lot here because there's a lot of anticipation building behind all of this. So, Jesse, tell me, first of all, what's your initial reaction when you saw the trailer drop?
Yeah, to be honest, my initial reaction, I think a lot of my critic colleagues felt similar, was a sense of there's a little bit of desperation. I think you can see a little bit in this trailer, a little bit of fervent desire to make things like they were back in, the Avengers Infinity War and Endgame days of almost seven years ago.
Wow. Okay, in that time, was there anything that you were, I guess, surprised by when it comes to what was included in this trailer?
I was sort of, not to sound like a total grump, but I was surprised by how little the movie was able to show me that felt new, as much as this feels like it should be a very new thing with Robert Downey Jr. coming back to the series in a completely different role, a whole lot of characters we haven't seen kind of team up before. They're bringing in the X-Men characters from the earlier Fox movies, which were not part of the official Marvel universe. And yet it really kind of looks to me like a rehash of Infinity War, right down to Captain America and Thor kind of looking like they do. And they give the same haircuts they had in that movie, just so it's going to be like that movie. So there was not a lot about it that what mostly surprised me was that how not surprising it looks, to be honest.
Oh, man. Well, that's a letdown. Okay, so talk to me about this. The co-director, Joe Russo, said that they're treating this like phase 0, if you will, and kind of starting from scratch. So looking at the action-packed trailer, do you think that it's possible at all to give the audience a clean slate, or is the film just too weighed down by the backstory here?
Yeah, it's got a lot of characters for something that's starting from scratch. When they started from scratch, in 2008 with Iron Man, or even with the 2012, the first Avengers movie, you were starting with 6 superheroes teaming up, which, I love those first 2 Avengers movies. They're so much fun. And I'm a little confused about why they didn't sort of start with, okay, let's do an Avengers movie now that's with a different group of 6 teaming up. Instead, it seems to be everybody is going to be in this movie at the same time. I do wonder if it's how accessible this is to general audiences, although I think people will see the upside is that people will see lots of different characters they like and say, oh, I know Cyclops from X-Men, or I know the Thunderbolts, or I know Thor, and they'll want to see the movie. Mm-hmm. But it's hard to start over at your something like your 40th movie to say, okay, we're kind of starting over and from scratch. I would love it if they pulled it off and did kind of get a harder reset.
Yeah, I would too. Now, obviously in my household, I can speak to that. My husband is a huge Marvel fan. I'm not too much of a moviegoer myself. So going into a film like this, let's talk for a second about the people who may not have kept up with all of these movies over the years. For someone like myself, if I'm going into the movie theater to see this one, what can I expect? Or would you just not even encourage someone like me to go in and try to jump in and find my footing in a movie like this?
I think the kind of upside to some of the troubles Marvel's had in recent years with sort of less, more uneven output is that it is not probably going to be something where they're going to expect you to have seen 12 movies before this. Mm-hmm. They even sounds like they kind of assume that people will have seen Avengers Endgame, the big team up one that came out 7 years ago, and that maybe they won't have seen a lot of the stuff since then. But yeah, I think I could certainly recommend some that I would say, oh, it might make sense sense to watch Thunderbolts. That seems like those characters are in this, and they sort of interact with the Avengers, and also are characters that are have appeared before. But I really don't know. It's really hard to say. I'm sure though, as the release date draws closer, there'll be lots of people publishing, here's what to watch before. But it really does kind of feel like it could be anything from watch 50 movies to watch no movies.
Okay, so Jesse, I know that when it comes to film critics and the film community, if you will, that a lot of people have been sounding off about this. So tell me, what are people in your circle kind of talking about and saying about this? Is everyone kind of the same mindset as you, or is there a little inner conflict?
I think a lot of us, contrary to a lot of assumptions about film critics, a lot of critics go into these things hoping that we'd much rather go and watch a movie that we enjoy than not. I would much rather this turns out to be much more fun than it looks than I turn out to be right and say, oh yeah, it's kind of nothing new. But I think there are a lot of people who in my line of work who kind of feel like, wow, this feels like they really, really want people to come back in the biggest numbers possible.
Yeah.
And I just think that, I think the consensus from a lot of us is these things would probably be a little more fun even if they were just a little smaller or a little more focused, rather than trying to say, we've got every superhero you could ever think of. I don't need a movie to give me every superhero I could ever think of. I would rather just watch one that has, 4 or 5 really cool characters or really interesting characters. But I don't know. I'm sure there's some, we'll all see it for sure. So it's, that will certainly happen regardless.
Okay. Also talk to me about this, Jesse, because Marvel, they put out tickets on sale as well. This is pretty early, right? I mean, the release date is December 18th. So what does this say about this aggressive, unusually early rollout? What do you think this is telling us about the studios?
Again, I think there's a feeling of wanting to capture a sense of this is a really big event. And I think they saw with the Odyssey, there were some tickets that went on sale a year ago that people are now able to, I guess, actually use now that the movie's out. And there is a kind of desire to be seen as something that is a big enough event that someone would want to buy tickets, almost 6 months ahead of time. And some people will. And I think with the large formats that people are trying to see these things in, although Avengers won't be in IMAX, they'll still want to secure, opening night tickets at their favorite, at the theater they like the best or that has the best picture and sound and all that. In some ways, it's kind of good that people are that excited about movie going, but it's also kind of crazy to be buying your movie tickets in July for a movie in December.
You're right about that, fan or no fan. Well, Jesse Hassinger, we certainly appreciate you for joining us here on Florida Live, giving your input. Always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much. Have a good day.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that gives us a little more insight. Again, a lot of people talking about this. The big movie dropping its trailer today. Ticket sales already open for all the fans who are eager, a little too eager maybe, to get those tickets for the December release date. Again, I'd like to thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live on Fox 35 and Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're watching from. We appreciate you. Thanks so much. I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thanks, Jesse. We appreciate you.
Out of there is how many people lost access to medical coverage? Do you know that, Representative McGarvey?
How many people lost access
To medical coverage after passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill?
It is thousands upon thousands of people.
5 million people. 5 million people. And if we actually took what they intend to spend on war we could extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for, I think it's 3 years. So the people who are losing access to health care, they're working families, right? And instead they want more war. And I think that that's the issue that we're concerned about. And I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about why these priorities, these budget priorities of the Republicans are hurting Americans' access to health care, and they're doing nothing to lower the cost for everyday Americans.
Yeah, I mean, the stories that are coming into our offices, they're real and they're heart-wrenching. I had a woman from Louisville, Kentucky, her name's Ann. She called my office, and she works 2 jobs. One of them, she owns her own business. Her husband also is an independent contractor. They have a 19-year-old son who lives at their home while trying to go to the University of Louisville because he's disabled. Her health insurance premiums cost $325 a month under the silver plan of the Affordable Care Act. Because of the Republicans' actions in these budget bills, the premiums are going up to
everybody got the plug in. We'll do a mic check. 1.
She talked about the fact that she can't sleep at night, that she gets short of breath when she thinks about it.
Mic check.
Her son
is everybody else getting it? Everybody else is getting it.
Multiple times per year.
Everyone good. Everybody getting it. What on you?
If you have it. She's doing everything right.
Are you? Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Are you on mic or are you online?
Coming out of the House Republicans and coming out of the Trump administration, they are giving millions of dollars to the
mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
People who are trying to make their way every single day, doing it the right way. There are so many stories about this. I had a guy call me just a couple of weeks ago. His health insurance premiums gone
Everyone
up
on my right, are you guys good? Thumbs up. Audio's good. Audio's good.
Center has announced it's going to close. That the Lee's Specialty Clinic was.
Do you guys need a white balance? Or you guys good?
Because of the Medicaid.
You're great. Everyone on my left. Everyone good here? Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Hospital Association.
One person left.
This is not some flaming liberal group, by the way. They have projected that 35 rural hospitals in Kentucky could close because of these Medicaid cuts.
And there is nothing in today's proposed budget reconciliation that addresses any of these issues that you're talking about.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
In fact, I was
absolutely great.
Chairman.
Everyone, last one. Thumbs up, everybody.
He can argue all he wants
you guys
to
are amazing.
It's a
Appreciate
good thing.
Thank you for your patience.
To increase the debt or deficit of this country. What we can't argue about is whether or not it's happening. Reconciliation 1, increase the debt and deficit of this country. Reconciliation 2, increase the debt and deficit of this country. This is reconciliation 3, and guess what? Third time's a charm. They are increasing the debt and deficit of this country once again. And just look at the numbers. It's right here because it's a budget.
Great.
$60 billion deficit increase for armed services, $13 billion deficit increase for intelligence, $12 billion deficit increase for agriculture, a $10 billion deficit increase for House administration. And again, just look at the language. Don't believe me. Look at the language in the bill. They waive the cut-go provision. The cut-go provision is the fancy Republican rules term that they use for you got to pay for what you do. They waive it. Why waive it if you don't, unless you're going to increase the debt or deficit? So it's very clear what they're doing.
And I think that the other thing is we were here last week, and they're allocating, they're going to send more money for war. But last week, they were unwilling to pay for veterans' services, for the benefits that veterans need without a pay for. But they're going to spend this money without a pay for. I think we should prioritize our veterans. And there is no instruction to the Veterans Services Committee, is there?
Our veterans get nothing in this bill.
So our veterans get nothing out of this bill. Shows you where their priorities are. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Chairman Arrington, this resolution is about security, funding our armed services to protect our national security, funding our nation's farmers to protect food security, and funding measures to protect election security. What would be the cost if we fail in our constitutional duty to protect America's security?
Madam Chair, I can't imagine if our troops could hear the conversation about
pay for is that every Democrat on this committee has supported supplemental funding for Ukraine, for Taiwan, for Israel, and now they're taking exception with emergency funding for our troops in conflict right now on the front lines, risking their lives. So let me tell you the cost. The cost is our sons and daughters can't be safe in saluting the commander-in-chief and doing their duty. This is bombs, bullets, and battlefield readiness. This is not modernization of the military. The $350 billion request that the president submitted for modernization, that's not what this is. It's emergency supplemental. And if I thought we could work that out on a bipartisan basis, we would do it.
And the number one duty of the federal government.
Provide for the common defense.
Provide for the common defense.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Any further questions of our witnesses on this panel? Seeing none, we thank you both for coming.
They get shorter every reconciliation, Madam Chair. I think we may be wearing Mr. McGovern down.
I'm James Barnacle.
Don't count on it. Do not
FBI New York field office.
do not count on wearing Mr. McGovern down.
No, I know that about this guy. Thank you for the time and opportunity.
Thank you both for your good work. We appreciate you coming. Thank you, Madam
Jamie
Chair.
McDonald, the Deputy United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Today, just before 9 a.m., a man by the name of Andrew Arabaca, A-R-R-A-B-A-C-A, arrived at 26 Federal Plaza, just behind us on Worth Street, at the employee entrance to the building, where he ignited gasoline. He poured gasoline onto the ground and ignited it with a lighter and an incendiary device. That device was a firework, a large firework in a canister. That proceeded to catch on fire, pretty big flame as you've seen on the internet. He then pulled out an airsoft rifle and fired 5 to 7 pellets, if you will, in the direction of 26 Federal Plaza. At that time, Federal Protective Services, 2 officers, a gray suit, a contractor with Allied that is employed to guard this building, and those 3 people and the 2 officers standing behind me in the blue shirts are the officers that intervened and took Mr. Arabaca into custody. Well, he had him on the ground. An FBI agent jumped in and they put handcuffs on him and took him in the building. He is currently in custody and he has been interviewed. Arabaca is a former United States Army soldier. He was enlisted for approximately 4 years, serving from 2001 to 2005. He was a repairman or mechanic on Patriot missile systems. He is 43 years old. There were injuries in this. 3 people were injured, minor injuries, 1 civilian and 2 government employees.
And I understand that.
Right now, our evidence response team is out working with NYPD and our New York Joint Terrorism Task Force to collect evidence, to conduct interviews. We have located a vehicle of Mr. Arabaca's. We have seized that vehicle. We are procuring or obtaining a search warrant. Mr. Arabaca came armed with bad intentions. I will say that 26 Federal Plaza has long been a target of extremists, of terrorists, and today the extremism was brought here. The building was attacked. Mr. Arabaca was looking to injure people and harm people. He had 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, and 3 knives. Fixed blade knives. He had, as I said earlier, 6 incendiary devices or fireworks, and he had some other destructive items. Going forward today, like I said, we'll do more interviews, we'll collect more evidence, and we will, and I'll leave to Mr. McDonald to talk about charges. We take this very seriously. On his cart, he had a cart. He had anti-ICE literature on it. When he was being arrested, he yelled derogatory terms to ICE, used bad words, obviously. He is an anti-American, anti-government extremist. We know that from what he said. We know that from what he has said post-arrest, and we know that from what his actions that he tried to take today. So I will turn it over to Police Commissioner Tisch.
Thank you, Jim. Good afternoon. I am here to provide some additional details about this morning's incident outside of 26 Federal Plaza. This remains an active investigation, and the information that we have is still being gathered and is subject to change. At approximately 8:30 this morning, a call came in to New York City's 911 call center that there was an active shooter outside of 26 Federal Plaza in Lower Manhattan. 2 additional calls in the subsequent minutes reported an explosion and a male setting off fireworks at the location. Units from NYPD's 5th Precinct responded within 2 minutes of the first 911 call, and by the time they were on scene, the suspect had already been taken into custody by federal officers. The suspect has been identified, as you just heard, as Andrew Arabaka, 43 years old, of Poughkeepsie. He is believed to be a U.S. Army veteran. His last known address was up in Harlem. His vehicle, a black Toyota RAV4, was located parked in the vicinity of West 124th Street and Broadway, and that vehicle is subject to search pending a search warrant. The entire incident unfolded in view of an NYPD camera positioned on the southwest corner of Worth Street and Broadway. Video and witness statements describe the suspect's actions as follows. At approximately 8:30 a.m., Mr. Arabaka arrived at Worth Street and Lafayette Street in front of 26 Federal Plaza. Once he arrives, he ignites a bundle of what appears to be fireworks, which begin to smoke. He then goes back into his cart and takes out an airsoft rifle and proceeds to brandish it, and he appears to fire several pellets from the airsoft rifle. Next, he pulls out an orange bucket from his cart and runs towards the bushes along the building line. He dumps the contents of the bucket and incendiary liquid between 2 sets of bushes along the perimeter of this property and ignites a fire. Federal agents and officers then run up to the subject, subdue him, and take him into federal custody. On the scene was recovered, among other things, 2 airsoft rifles and the container with the flammable liquid. Also affixed to the suspect's cart was a sign reading "Ice off our streets." During the incident, the suspect was wearing a military-style helmet. This incident occurred along federal property, and the NYPD is supporting the federal government in their investigations. Charges are yet to be filed. Our work with the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the Southern District of New York is critical to keeping our city safe, and I commend the federal agents and contractors and officers who responded to the threat this morning. Now I'm going to turn it over to Deputy United States Attorney Jamie McDonald.
Thank you. I'm Jamie McDonald.
if he hurt or killed people going in and out of the building, whether they were federal employees or civilians. I would mention a lot of business was canceled, not by the Federal Protective Services. Federal Protective Services, once they mitigated the situation, the building remained open, employees could come and go, and we continue to do work. But some agencies decided to close business for the day. There was a naturalization ceremony scheduled for today that was canceled. And the one civilian victim was an immigrant that had a hearing today for their immigration status. So that's quite unfortunate and quite ironic at the same time.
What can you say about the literature that was found that was there like a manifesto? And what do you know about his whereabouts on the way in? Is it a north part of the when did he get into town?
So he arrived in this area, well, I should say, yesterday he went from Harlem. He took the subway down to the Penn Station area. He walked down and stayed overnight in the vicinity of the Holland Tunnel on the street. Then he came down to this area around 5 a.m. He ventured over to our spot a little after 8 o'clock. That's the timeline for his movements. We're still collecting evidence. The NYPD is out doing what the NYPD does great, and they're working with the JTTF on that.
Was he on anyone's radar? Does he have a criminal history?
He has a couple of encounters with law enforcement that we're not ready to talk about. Nothing rising to this level. Look, I would say that protesting in the United States is protected by the First Amendment. We do not track protesters. We do not know who comes and goes as far as protests. So I don't know if he's been involved in any protests at all.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Sufficiently in line with the president's policy priorities. If we had been brought in before the bill was released, we could be here touting a bipartisan agreement with a plan to fully fund the government for the next fiscal year before the end of this Congress. Instead, we are scrambling to jam through a one-sided stopgap measure 3 days before everyone leaves for the August recess. I'm deeply concerned about what may be attached to this funding measure through the rule that is passed out of this committee. There are some Republicans who have decided that they will not allow any legislation to be considered under a rule unless it includes an extremely partisan measure to restrict voting access for millions of American citizens. Under no circumstances will Democrats support that measure. If the position of my friends across the aisle is that they will shut down the government unless we severely restrict American citizens' voting access, I invite them to make that case to the public and see how the public responds in November. At minimum, I cannot support this bill without the inclusion of the technical language regarding the Border Patrol that was agreed on. It was agreed on as a bipartisan, overwhelming voice vote in April, until we are certain that the Republicans will not use this legislation to advance their voter suppression measure. Beyond that, the decision to pursue this path without any bipartisan negotiations gives me serious reservations in moving forward. I'm happy to answer the committee's questions. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chairman Cole, I think you mentioned it in your opening remarks, but I just wanted to check again and make a point of it. How many of the 12 appropriations bills have passed out of your committee?
12, all 12.
And how many have passed the House?
3.
And how many have passed the Senate?
0. So and that includes obviously out of committee, not just out of the Senate itself, but the Senate Appropriations Committee hasn't gotten a single bill done yet. And I think it's pretty unlikely they're going to get them done between now and September 30th.
And thank you for pointing it out. I wouldn't have asked the question, but not out of committee, not out of the House, or excuse me, out of the Senate. And I mean, the Senate's not, obviously not taking their duty seriously if they are not even taking up the ones we've sent and doing anything. And so I think this is the only responsible thing to do. It's like you said, they're probably not going to do anything before September 30th, or it's unlikely that they will. And I think that to avoid a shutdown and allow them more opportunity to get their work done and take it seriously, I think this is a necessary thing that we need to do. And so I appreciate you bringing it forward. And it's a pretty simple resolution, pretty simple piece of legislation. And so I think that, it's easy to understand what's going on in it. And so I don't think we need to have, 3 months to digest what's going on in this. I understand it, and I think that everybody else does too. And so I appreciate you bringing it forward, and I appreciate the fact that you're taking the responsible approach and making sure that we are able to insist the Senate get their work done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, no, let me just first of all say that I want to remind my colleagues that the Senate is controlled by the Republican Party, and Susan Collins is the chair of the Appropriations Committee over there, so maybe there's a need for some change. And I would, I don't want to prolong this. I have respect for both the chairman and the ranking member. It just seems to me, based on what Ms. DeLauro just said, that maybe we could have reached a bipartisan agreement if there was a bipartisan back and forth before this was announced, and maybe we still can get to that at some point. But I don't really have any questions. I just wish that this was more of a bipartisan process, and maybe everything would be a little bit different right now. But it is what it is, and I thank you both for being here, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would tell you, it seems to me that the Senate's actually controlled by the parliamentarian, not the Republicans over there. But I just, Mr. Cole, I'm looking through the things. I mean, I don't see any reason for anybody to necessarily to object to this. I, like you, don't have confidence that bills are going to make it through the House and the Senate prior to the end of the fiscal year. We don't have that many work days until then, to be honest with you. But I haven't seen the Senate take much action on anything yet. And so I think it's kind of smart to go ahead and take the potential chaos of a shutdown off of the table because of the amount of damage that it does to the American citizens. And while I think a shutdown probably works to the advantage of the Democrats politically because of the way the press operates and their messaging apparatus, is very damaging to the American citizens in our country. And so I intend to vote for it. If you have any other comments that you'd like to make as the chair, you're welcome to it. Other than that, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to vote in favor of the continuing resolution.
Mr. Cole.
All I'd point out is that, look, there's nothing in the bill to be against. It just simply is a clean CR. And I've always had the philosophy, I don't vote on bills because of what's not in them. I vote against them or for them on the basis of what is in them. And there's nothing in here that's remotely controversial. And look, we've been through the 2 longest shutdowns in American history, the longest shutdown of full government, which Senator Schumer and Senate Democrats sprung on us. And to say they control by the Republicans, simply not true because of the filibuster. And that's just the reality. I don't want to go through that again. I don't want the final part of the campaign this year to be fought over a government shutdown. Frankly, I don't think people on either side of the partisan divide should want that. They should want to be fighting on the issues. I promise you this, if we shut down the government come September 30th, that will be the issue that dominates politics in the next few years. We're just trying to take that off the table for both sides, make sure that there's certainty in funding the government, that we don't have another one of these situations where we have lines at airports because TSA agents aren't being paid for or any of those sorts of things. Just fund the essential things. We'll have the election. Things can be sorted out. We'll come back after that. If the Senate were moving, if they had made as much progress as we have, then again, I'd be happy to hope that that would happen, but I just don't see the time for it. So let's remove the possibility of a government shutdown now through the election, have enough time when we finish that election to come back and make some appropriate decisions. In the meantime, we want to keep working on appropriations bills. I hope we keep bringing them to the floor. I know the House has lots of things to consider, but we're going to continue to try and move the regular process along. But we want to take away the possibility of a shutdown between now and the election, because again, we've seen that happen twice in this Congress already, generated by the Senate, and I'm not willing to risk a third time if we can avoid that.
There's a difference between having a majority and being in control. You yield back, Mr. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Canlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I hate to say it, but it feels like this continuing resolution is an admission of failure, not by our brilliant appropriators, but by House Republican leadership. They're willing to give up one of Congress's most fundamental powers and duties in order to avoid another potential political loss just before the election. They're asking us to give a blank check to this administration because they can't manage either their Republican caucus or to negotiate actual bipartisan funding bills. So I think it's an insult to the Appropriations Committee, because I know they continue to do good work even under duress, but it's a failure of Congress to be doing this months before the end of the year. And it also robs the House of the ability to direct funding to our districts where we know we need it. It robs every member of the ability to highlight, whether community health centers or local infrastructure, or we've been able to get additional resources for schools and libraries. All that goes out the window with a continuing resolution. So I'm not in favor of this. I think it is an admission of failure by the Republican leadership. I was struck, Ranking Member Deloria, about something you said about the continuation of
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper